turned around stores that nobody really ever wanted to go into. And then McDonald's, when I say we, it was my brother and myself back then. And they discovered that we were the only crazy kids that would go into stores that were very dangerous. So they made a deal with us: if you take over these corporate stores, we'll give you anything you want. And we said, okay, well, if we're going to go into these stores, we want to own our own McDonald's.
Wow.
So
how
they
old
did
are you?
that.
How old are you at this point?
At that time, I was 21.
Okay.
Yep. So we went into these 3 corporate stores, and took us a year to turn them around, and they made good on their promise. There was only one problem: we didn't have any money. So at that time to
Art Falcone. This guy's a legend, folks. Okay, if you don't know who Art Falcone is, if you're in Miami and you're doing development, you've heard this name. Great to have you here, Art.
Thank you, Grant.
Okay, so first of all, let's go back to how did you first get involved in a real estate game? And was that your first game?
No, it was not. Actually, McDonald's was.
Okay, what was your job there?
Started McDonald's.
I worked at McDonald's.
Did
they fire you?
No.
They fired me.
Actually, it turned out pretty good for me. No, I started in McDonald's as a management trainee in high school, and then got into be a manager when I graduated high school. I was taking some courses in accounting. I said, I'm done with this stuff in college, as I'm going to keep on going to McDonald's side. So we used to go into tough neighborhoods in the New York area and turn around stores that nobody really ever wanted to go into. And then McDonald's, when I say we, it was my brother and myself back then. And they discovered that we were the only crazy kids that would go into stores that were very dangerous. So they made a deal with us: if you take over these corporate stores, we'll give you anything you want. And we said, okay, well, if we're going to go into these stores, we want to own our own McDonald's.
Wow.
So
how
they
old
did
are you?
that.
How old are you at this point?
At that time, I was 21.
Okay.
Yep. So we went into these 3 corporate stores, and took us a year to turn them around, and they made good on their promise. There was only one problem: we didn't have any money. So at that time to buy a store was like $350,000. So they said, well, we'll finance it for you. So all you had to do is come up with $15,000, which we were able to have from the dollars we made on turning around stores. So we had gotten 2 stores in 1979 for about $700,000. So I became the youngest McDonald's owner in the world at 21.
Wow.
And my brother was 27. So that's how we started. It was McDonald's restaurants, great cash flow business. Then went into the hotel business at the same time. And I was always coming down to Florida and saying, boy, I have to figure out a way how I'm going to live down here versus up in New York. And
this is when? So you started coming down here what year?
You know, I was coming down here on spring break, like when I was, young, like 17, 18 years old. I was like, this is
You have some good memories here.
I was like, this is paradise down here. I got to figure a way to get down here. So I bought a condo down here in '83 as a young man when interest rates, remember, were like 18%.
Yeah.
And everything was going bust. So we were buying condos on the ocean at really super cheap prices, and ran into a young guy in a bar that was spending money like a rock star, and introduced myself to him. And he was my age at that time. He was 24 years old. And he said, oh, what business you in? I go, I'm in the fast food business. And at that time, we had 9 McDonald's and a hotel. And I go, what business you in?
You had 9 McDonald's?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I go, what business are you in? And he goes, oh, I'm in the fast food business as well. And, so we think, we're doing really well with 9 stores. I go, how many, what do you have? He goes, I own Wendy's. I go, how many? He goes, 100. I said, 100 stores? I go, you're 24 years old. How'd you get 100 stores? I thought we were doing okay. He goes, well, my sister is Wendy. So his father was Dave Thomas. So he had owned.
Oh, Dave Thomas. So Wendy's was named after the sister.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we were the same age at that time. We were hanging out that night. Gave us his business card. He goes, if you ever want to switch, let us know. And so we took his card, and we were negotiating on buying 23 more stores, and that didn't go through. So we gave him a call, and I said, hey, is there any territories for sale? He goes, yeah, I'll sell you South Florida.
Oh my gosh.
And a day later, he flew up to New York, and we made a deal to buy all the territory rights of Wendy's for South Florida. So that's what got me into real estate.
He wants to move your mic real quick. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that's how did that get you into real estate?
Well, McDonald's is in the real estate business.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah.
You know, they basically own the real estate and lease the store to their.
Yeah, as opposed to like Wells Fargo, Bank of America, they own no real estate. They're leasing the real estate.
Correct. Yeah. So in the Wendy's business, everything is, other than McDonald's, you build the real estate and then you lease it to your restaurant company. So when we came down here, we bought the real estate with that.
You basically have a guaranteed tenant.
Yeah. So we were on the operations side and on the real estate side. And so when we came down here, we started off with 33 stores and a bunch of real estate.
So you went from 9 to 33 overnight.
Yeah. And then grew that to 60. So in looking, obviously where...
So let me interrupt you a second. So what is driving you at 23 years old to even think about the possibility of doing this? Did you grow up poor and you wanted to be rich? Had you seen a rich person? What was it? What was driving Art Falcone at that point?
I mean, desire to succeed. I think a lot of it had to do with, growing up, being in sports. I think that's a really great, base to have.
Yeah.
Your football coach, pushing you all the time, and you want to be the best. But in the late 70s, early 80s was really the beginning of money being created with people like us. Versus it being a Rockefeller, right?
Right.
The market started getting diversified. Regular people. So, at that time, in our generation, the baby boom, we were like, you just want to succeed and you're going to work your ass off. So, from the time I was young, I would always work, 80 to 100 hours a week because that's what we were trained to do.
Right.
Because we had no other choice, right? My father was a police officer, so it was like, okay, you're either going to be a police officer, a fireman, or you're going to do something else. So, we decided to do something else and try to be successful and do something better than our grandparents and my mom and dad, which were fantastic people. So.
Yeah, so you have, 33 Wendy's, 9 McDonald's.
No, we sold the McDonald's.
Oh, you got rid of the loser.
Yeah, no, you can't own both.
Oh, you can't own Mickey and...
No, once you go to the other side, you're a trader, so you're out.
Beds.
Now you're a trader, like McDonald's hates you, right? So. Yeah, so then in growing in...
Now, did you ever meet Wendy, though?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Dave Thomas was fantastic.
I got to ask the next question, right?
What's that?
Did you ever do Wendy?
Oh, come on. No.
Okay, I was just curious. You're in South Florida, dude, it's the 70s.
No.
No. I just had to ask. I'm sorry, God, please forgive me.
No, now we're in the 80s now.
Okay, we're in the 80s, even worse.
This is 1980.
Cocaine's everywhere.
Yeah, no, this is 1985 now.
Okay.
So where do restaurants go?
Okay.
Where people go, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're always stuck.
And Miami was just being built.
This is everything from the Keys through Palm Beach. Yeah, so we own the whole territory.
There's nothing here, really.
No, there was a lot here in '85.
Oh, yeah?
A lot of growth.
Yeah.
So you're always looking, the growth was west, right? The western suburbs. So you're always looking where houses were going to go.
Yeah.
And master plan developments. So I was always studying where that was going to go so we could put a restaurant there and buy the real estate.
Yeah.
So you're buying the real estate, you're building a shopping center. And then you have the out parcel, which would be a bank or a fast food restaurant. And that's the business we started in. That's what got us into real estate.
Yeah.
Is McDonald's and Wendy's.
Yeah. So you're buying the real estate to put the Wendy's in.
Correct.
And then when did you say, there's a hotel or an apartment?
88.
Okay.
Yeah. So in 1988.
This is a great story. You guys enjoying this story? So what are you worth at this time?
I don't know.
You're worth $1 million or something.
$1 million? No, we're worth a lot more than $1 million at that time. Yeah. No, it's.
You're just piecing deals together, borrowing money, or what? How are you doing?
Well, you have a lot of cash flow. Back then in '85, our cash flow was about $1 million a week. Cash.
$1 million a week.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Damn. So you're taking the cash flow and you're investing, you have profits and you're investing into other things, and we're in the hotel business as well. So 88 decided to open up a home building company, and went into a deal with a company called Arvida and Westinghouse Electric. So they had owned Weston, which a lot of you probably know about Weston, Florida, and Westinghouse Electric owned Coral Springs and Parkland. So we became an approved builder for them, not taking risk like we did afterwards. And then started a home building company called Trans-Eastern Homes. And then in the Great Recession of 1990, was that 92?
The savings and loans, yeah.
Yeah, 1,400 banks went under.
Yeah.
So at that time...
Couldn't get a loan back then if you guys aren't...
No, it was a terrible time. 1,400 banks in the U.S. went under. And we looked at that as an unbelievable opportunity because I wasn't taking real estate risk. I was just building houses and making a profit, but no dirt. So we're looking at, there was a thing called the RTC that was set up, Resolution Trust Company, that the government set up to take in all these assets. And I was looking at how things were trading. It was like ridiculous, like 10 cents on the dollar, 20 cents on the dollar. So we went out and raised $100 million at that time of equity and blew the company up really big. We became...
This is 1990. Who do you go to get $100 million from in 1990? Because that would be like $1 billion today.
Yeah, so it was actually, it came through a successor of Michael Milken, if you know who that is.
Yeah, I know Michael.
Yep. So at that time, a lot of the Milken guys went to a company called Jeffries. And the chairman and CEO of Jeffries today was actually my original investor, which he worked for Michael Milken during the Drexel days.
Yeah, yeah.
And so he was the one that gave us the $100 million at that time. So blew the company up to be really large size. We became the largest private home builder in the state of Florida, doing over $1 billion a year in sales. Then sold that company in 2005. So during that period of time, we became vertically integrated.
Vertically integrated. Explain that.
Yeah, so we're doing large master plan developments. Always have done that. When I say large, I'm talking about things like from 500 acres to 20,000 acre developments. So you camp out and you build homes, apartments, retail, commercial, hotels for a 10, 20 year period of time. I always like to do large size deals to control where my destiny was going to go.
This guy.
Well, actually,
dude, how do you do this? Like, are you guys sitting there wondering, wait a minute, how do you go from Wendy's and couldn't even close her to then getting $100 million and doing a development deal of 20,000 houses? And this is Miami. It's only have 385,000 people was the population in Miami.
Well, now it's the whole state of Florida we're in now.
Oh, you're doing the whole state at this time?
Yeah, at that point, we had the largest private home builder in the state of Florida. And,
but how do you know you can go build plan a community and build a bunch of houses? I wouldn't know, like, how do you know you can even pour the slab?
God gave me the gift of creativity.
Yeah.
And what I love and enjoy is creating things. So, you have to find what your natural talent is, somewhere along that line.
Yeah.
And, I figured out that was my natural talent that I love to do.
Yeah.
And that was the path that I took. So to this day, I love creating new developments, new areas, new cities, and that's what gives me a thrill.
Yeah, in your career, what do you think you've developed in total in your career, in dollars? Give me the dollars and then the square feet.
It's tens of billions of dollars.
20 billion?
Plus, yeah.
Plus,
somewhere in,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm the kid of a policeman, 20 billion.
But, God's been good to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and how many square feet? Like, what have you done? You've done hotels, apartments, housing?
We've developed over, let's say, 74,000 residential units, many millions of square feet of commercial space. Where I'm in the hotel resort business. We do large-scale resorts as well. So if any of you have ever been to the Margaritaville Resort in Orlando, that's a 340-acre resort. We've got about 4,500 hotel keys there, and 1 million square feet of commercial and water parks and all that kind of good stuff. So we're doing that around the United States right now. We love the resort business. We're in the residential business, for rent, for sale, houses for rent. Houses for sale, apartments for rent. So, and we do high-rise condos. So if it looks and talks like a residential and you're in the customer service business, that's what we do.
Yeah. Now, all this stuff you sold. What percentage? Here. Let me get you some more. I'm gonna show you the best water you've ever had in your life.
You gotta open that
but I
up.
need 10 minutes for this for you. Okay. Let's get him a regular water. This is good. This is on for 10 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna hydronate your water.
Okay. Good.
You're gonna wait for 9 more minutes. Okay. Bring that up here though. Give him a spot right now. So, you did Miami World Center. These guys are going to Google. I want you guys to Google satellite, the Miami World Center, and punch out from it. And then he, if you've never been down to Brickell.
Not Brickell.
Not Brickell.
No,
Miami World. I'm sorry.
Miami World Center is Miami World Center. It's not
So
Brickell.
across from the American Airlines,
Yeah.
the old American Airlines Center. You guys know where the Heat play there, right? Yeah.
On the new place, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to put it up on a Google map here in a second. You did how many? 30 acres.
Yeah. So we assembled.
What year was this? This is about 15 years ago.
No, I started assembling that in around 04, 05, not knowing we were going to buy the whole
Oh,
city.
so it's 21 years.
Well, the first piece was an auction piece. Nobody wanted it.
Okay.
So we're like, let's buy it and see where it goes. But at that time we were doing so much suburban sprawl. We were used to doing large master plan developments. And
Yeah.
like, we're going to run out of land because you got the Everglades and the ocean. Sooner or later you run out. So let's go focus back in the downtown environments. So we bought the first piece like in 04, but most of it we bought during the Great Recession. We bought a bunch in 05, but most of it was like 08 through 2011 through 43 different sellers.
So you see a piece of land. Did you guys find it? Y'all know how to Google satellite? These young guys ought to know how to do this, okay? Put a young person on there, okay? Okay, tell me what I'm looking at right here. What is this? Is that it?
Well, you're looking at Bayside. So everything, you see the towers along the front line there? So everything from there all the way to All Aboard Florida, which is the Grand Central Station, is on our property. So, and then 395 is our northern boundary.
When you did this, there was none of that there.
Well, it was,
Show me where on there. Is that it right there or down here?
No, you see the towers, everything across the street.
Tell me when I'm close.
Yeah, right there. So from...
There you go. There's a little
thing. So from here...
You guys should have Googled satellite. I said Google satellite, Miami World Center, put it into a search bar, and then it'll get you a satellite, and bang, you drop on it, and you can see it from...
So everything from here to here, and then going back to there.
So there was nothing there right there. It's flat.
Well, it was warehouses.
Junk.
It was the old arena, if you remember that.
Uh-huh.
And, we had about 2,000 homeless folks, living on our property that we created Camilla's house on the other side of 95 and built a $35 million facility, helping them out, moving those folks there.
Yeah.
But, when we bought this, nobody really wanted it because we had tractor trailers coming through the property, 1,000 a day to support the Port Authority across the street. So we helped fund the tunnel that got built. DOT had funded $950 million. We funded the $50 million and got the tunnel built so we can get all the trucks off. But in the beginning, it was kind of a crazy thing to do. But it was more of a long-term thought process of how you can create a city within a city.
Yeah. Now, are you rich at this point? This is 2005. Are you a rich guy? Are you loaded?
Well,
And then you're like, okay, I'm going to go risk it for the biscuit. Like, I'm going to go, I got a bunch of money, I'm going to throw in this project. Or are you still short of money and you're having to?
No, we weren't short of money.
You're not short?
No, I had sold my home building company in 05 for quite a bit of money. And that was a result of.
Oh, so you had a score.
Cash.
You had a score.
Yeah, we sold Transeastern for $1.6 billion in 05. So that was a result of probably having too much cash to do this. So
Too much cash. Talk to me about too much cash. No, go in some more, guys. Just keep going in. Hit 3D. My God, I got to work the computer.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
There you go.
It's all this.
So what was there, Art, when you saw it? Like, there's warehouses, homeless people.
Yeah, it was a rough area.
Yeah.
Those of you that have been around Miami for quite a bit of time.
No one person owns it all.
No, it was 43 different sellers.
Okay, so how do you not get gouged when you're coming in and everybody knows Art Falcone got $1 billion in his pockets coming to town? And
Nobody knew it was me.
Say that again.
Nobody knew it was me.
So how do you make sure nobody knows it's you?
We went through 10 different people. over a 7-year period of time. So obviously, if we went and did it all at one time, then we would have a problem because everybody would figure it out, and then prices would go up dramatically. So over a 7-year period of time, we just kept on buying everything through different people, but nobody knew it was me behind the scenes. One guy figured it out at the very end.
Yeah.
This old Italian guy.
The Italians always figure it out.
No,
the Italians always figure it out. But by the time the Italians figure it out, it's always too late.
Yeah, no.
God damn, you got me.
He figured it out, and he actually cold called me. He goes, I know what you're doing. And he had 5,000 square feet. He gouged me.
Yeah. So he gouged you, but the reality is he buys, this is the story, he buys these 30 acres for $175 million.
Yeah.
He sells the airspace, the air rights. What's air rights?
Well, we then got approvals for doing, we created our own city zoning, by the way. So Miami Royal Center, it's its own city within a city. We have our own taxing district, actually, as well. Mm-hmm. So, which was not the easiest thing in the world to get done, but we weren't going to, something of this size, you have to be able to, as a private person, it's very hard to invest $6 to $10 billion into something without having your own governmental district. So we have our own taxing district, which we are able to create bonds to do all our infrastructure as a government. So we're
you got to teach me that game.
We're partial government. We're partially private enterprise. So it's really a private-public partnership to accomplish the goal. And then we just started developing it. But what we were doing is we brought in, I think there's like 6 or 8 different world-class developers, vertical builders that we brought in. So we would sell air rights because it's approved for over 20 million square feet.
What is an air right?
Well, when you do an urban, you're going vertical, right?
Right.
Versus suburban, you're going out. So that's your air rights. So if you're going to build 1 million square feet, you're going up. That's called air rights.
And what did you sell the air rights for?
Over 700 million. On the air rights.
He bought the land for 175 and sells the air rights for 750.
But this took a lot of time too.
And people call me a good salesman. The guy's selling air. Like, goddamn, I'm an air. How'd you get rich? I sold air.
Well, some people sell water.
Yeah. That used to be illegal, by the way, when I was growing. That's good, Art. So, what's the worst deal you ever did, Art? Let's talk about the downside of all this risk taking. Whatever business you're in, what's the worst deal?
I would probably say in real estate.
In anything.
Oh, yeah. I would say in real estate, the biggest you can get, you have to be careful of today, and I never thought I would ever say this, but it would be government. So you could do all the due diligence you want on, we have the most sophisticated folks in doing financial modeling.
Get back on Art, please.
What's that?
I'm telling them.
Approvals and things like that. But now one of the biggest things we do in our internal committees is we underwrite what the politics of a city is. So if the politics of a city is completely non-business friendly, then we're not going in, no matter what the situation is. So as an example, we went into California 15 years ago. In the beginning, it was fantastic. We've been doing business out in California since 1990. Fantastic place to do business at that time. But the politics there has gotten so bad. I'm talking about like San Francisco, and then LA to a lesser degree, that it's not America. That's the best way to explain it.
Yeah.
It would be like, it really borders on Marxism.
Yeah.
And as an American, it's hard to actually say that, from that standpoint.
Yeah.
So when we went in there, our values, we were fantastic, skyrocketing. Then COVID comes around, and with their policies and how crazy they got, everybody's moving out.
Yeah.
So you have a population like in San Francisco that declines by 30%. Everybody's moving out. They're all moving here, thank God. Right? Thank God for great government. And so then your real estate values go down. So as an example, and this never happened. I've been building apartments since 1990. I've never had a situation in my lifetime that our rents went down. You know, have you ever seen that before?
No, not since World War II.
So nothing to do with what you and I do for a
Yeah.
living, but you know, politics of government. And all of a sudden you're getting $650 a foot rent, and now there's nobody around. And the folks
When
that
he says 650,
$650 a foot like a rent,
So
so let's
each
say
foot,
$5,500 a month.
yeah,
And all of a sudden now you can't get $3,000 a month of rent.
yeah.
Okay, so you know that's a very bad thing.
Yeah.
And your equity is basically getting wiped out. We were we were under 50% levered. But there's no buyers.
Right, right.
And pretty much the government wiped out your asset values.
Yeah.
Completely. So, I mean, that's
Now,
good for
do
something.
you still, today, do you think like the Seattles, the San Franciscos, San Diegos, do you think you would stay away from those forever, or do you think they come back and they're good again because of the barriers to entry there?
Yeah, you can't put all California in the same basket.
Yeah.
San Diego's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, we're in LA. LA has come back quite a bit. It really depends. I mean, if staff within government, which we see that with the United States government too, you know, you can have the best president in the world as president, but you know, when you have 2 million employees thinking one way of how they want to do things in bureaucracy, and the insanity that we go through as a developer of many different agencies to get approvals and everything else, and what the costs are, and then people say, well, why is rent so high? Or why does it cost so much to own a house? Like in our master plan developments in California that we sell lots to national home builders. That's a big part of our business. You know, we have a deal.
They'd like to sell to a Hortons or?
Yeah, so we have a 5,000 house community in California that we sell to all the big nationals, and the starting price of a house. This is all the way east of San Francisco by an hour and a half. The starting price of a house is $1 million.
Yeah.
I'm like, where do people get $1 million as a starting home in their 20s and 30s? It makes no sense, right? But when you look at the cost of bureaucracy, what government has done.
You're talking about before the build, permits?
Yeah, permits. Many parts, like in California, they have a thing called impact fees. And impact fees like for sewer, water, police, fire, and so on and so forth. In the state of Florida, maybe that averages 18,000 a unit. You know, so what we have to do is we pay an impact fee for roads, school, park, fire. That's what builds schools. That's what builds roads and stuff like that. In California, it's 100 to 150,000 a house.
So for every house or single unit, you're going to pay 150,000 to get that.
That's the high amount.
The high.
100 to 150,000 dollars.
To pay for a permit. There's no cement. There's no plumbing. There's no walls or roof or shelter. There's just the permit, a piece of paper.
Well, and then you got to go.
But doesn't that create an opportunity then if you can actually go in there and buy stuff? No. If you could find.
No.
No?
No. When you're doing a master plan development in California, on average, it takes us 8 years to get approvals.
8 years?
8 years. Okay? So, you know.
And compared to what would it take here?
Well, again, every municipality in the state of Florida is different, but normally in our state, you know, it would be 6 months to 18 months.
Yeah.
You know, so all that costs money.
For the permit, not for the build.
You know, to get your master plan development to start building with a permit.
And then how long to build?
Well, build a house? 5 months to build a house.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
So why can I go to Dubai? Why can they start a deal in Dubai in January and have it approved, foundation, building done in 7 months?
Well, it's no bureaucracy, right? You got one cat that's basically making all the decisions.
King. You got a king.
It's good to be king, right? Not necessarily good for our country, but it's you know, they're able to go from point A to point B.
Right.
From that standpoint. You know, we're doing some consulting work for MBS in Saudi. You know, they have the new thing called NEOM. Have you seen that yet? Yeah, he's building a new country.
That's the line? Oh, yeah, the line.
It's unbelievable what he's doing there.
You're going to build something over there?
No, we have a seat on his board.
Okay.
And we're advising them on different things on building this new country. It's mind-boggling what they're doing. You know,
yeah.
You go into a meeting and you know he talks about the first phase is $1 trillion. I'm like, you know, when you think you have money, you go over there. It's like you feel like a pauper.
Yeah.
So pretty interesting.
So back to the worst deal. The worst deal you ever did, was it because you lost money, the deal took too long? Howard said he was in a deal with you that took too long. He said it repeatedly yesterday.
Well, he always complains, yeah.
Who's Howard?
No, Howard was actually an investor of mine in Miami World Center from the beginning of time. But Howard's funny because he buys real estate on his own. He'll stay there for 20 years. But then when he's doing it with me,
right.
he'll bust my chops. Yeah.
Yeah. So worst deal?
California.
Okay, you bought a deal. Tell me what you bought a deal.
It started off great. I was finishing up the story, and then COVID came. So now I got 3 buildings, 3 separate apartment complexes in development during COVID.
Oh, wow.
Okay, in California.
Yeah.
So in California, stop.
Got it.
No construction.
Got it.
And each one of these buildings is $200 million apiece. So let's say you're halfway through a building, you have $100 million in, and each building is $300 million.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry I brought this up.
Right? And I'm like, what do you mean you can't build anymore?
Right.
You're like, no, we have COVID. You can't have anybody exposed.
Nobody goes outside.
No building.
Yeah.
So they created this thing where nobody's building, everybody's out of work, nobody's working. And so what happens now, 18 months later, you got all that cost, and they open up the trap door and say, okay, we can go back to building. Now you have major supply-demand problems, right? You got a demand that's skyrocketing because you got guys like myself that needs to get the thing built, people getting back to work. So what happens with the subcontractor trades and everything else? Costs go way up. Your general contractor comes to you, I can't hold costs.
Yeah.
So you have huge cost overruns.
Right.
So that's what it could affect us in development if you have bad government.
Best deal you've ever done, so that we heal you.
Best deal I've ever done.
Yeah, best deal, fastest deal, most money you ever made in one deal.
In real estate?
Whatever.
Well, I sold Transeaston. That was good.
That was $1 billion.
$1.6 billion.
$1.6 billion. See, these rich guys, they take it personal. When you miss the number, they're like, no. Don't freaking cut me by $600 million. I work for that shit. Okay, we said backstage, I said, hey, do you regret selling any of the real estate? Because he builds it, sells it. A guy like me will buy it. Do you regret selling any of the real estate that you've ever sold?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like what percentage do you regret selling?
We just really started holding real estate probably after selling Transeaston in the last 15 years. Because
you're building and then holding.
Yeah, because you need the cash flow. Papa didn't give me $1 billion to go do all this stuff, so you have to keep cash flow going. So you build, sell, make profit, reinvest. That's the only way to do it, right? And you use less and less outside capital, and use more of your own capital. So, we had to do that. When I look at, like the first apartment complex we sold in Broward County in the early 90s, and we hit $100,000 per unit. I mean, how many of those you like to buy today for $100,000?
About everything.
Right.
Blindly just.
So those same today is what, $400,000?
At least, yeah.
Right. So when you look at all that, but you had no choice. You had to do that.
Yeah. So and then you and I were talking backstage about earning 5 or 6% on a good piece of real estate in a good location over time, and then either paying it down, keeping the debt low, or refinancing it and earning with a 14 or 15. Can you just talk to them about the importance of that's actually a great return? Oh yeah.
Well, when you look at it, the S&P 500, right, if you're going to put money in different spots, S&P 500, if you're go out, you can buy an ETF of S&P 500 over the last 35 years. It's got you about a 10.5% return a year by doing nothing, right? If you have the stomach to be able to have the ups and downs, sometimes that S&P goes down 20-25%. Yeah. That's happened many times in our lifetime. So in real estate, if you have, I always say there's never a bad real estate deal as long as you have time and no debt. I mean, I've had deals 20 years, but no debt. So you can go through anything from that standpoint. But in relationship to multifamily specifically, anytime, when we're underwriting multifamily today, we'll look at underwriting, let's say, at a 7 yield on cost, okay?
A 7 yield
on cost.
On cost.
Right, so if you're building something for $60 million.
Yeah.
You want to get 7% yield on cost. So levered, you're getting a much higher return, right? Because leverage is less than 7%.
Now, 7% includes the cash flow or includes the exit?
No, that's your cash flow.
Okay.
Right? So, but
You're talking about a build now, not a buy.
build.
Building. So you're taking the risk.
My company only builds and develops. We don't
You
buy
you only own what you built.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's different than what you do. We like taking all that.
I let you take all the risks.
Exactly.
You risk, I'll buy it.
Exactly. Yeah. So when we're building development, and you look at it over a 10-year period of time, and if you're getting a 3% increase in rents a year, you'll easily over a 10-year period of time get a 15% return just on the compounding effect of money, right?
The rent growing.
Right.
Yeah.
So, what's inflation these days? 2.5%.
Yeah.
Right. So, in my lifetime, over the last 40 years, rents have grown in Florida a hell of a lot more than 3% a year. Would you agree with that?
100%.
What do you think it is? Like 7% a year?
I think they double every 10 years. I think the easy way to think about it is if they were $2,000 today, 10 years from now, they're going to be $4,000.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I don't know whether it's 3% every year or nothing, and then boom, they explode.
If you own a life insurance policy, every life insurance policy in America, 15% of all that goes to life insurance policy is going into real estate.
Yeah, you guys understand what he's saying right now. If you own, who owns life insurance? 15% of all the premiums you paid for life insurance are invested in apartments. MetLife, New York Life, Allstate, State Farm, the big insurance.
Because that's their staple.
That's their staple. That's how they pay your wife when you die.
Yep.
Or when you wreck the car.
So they are all underwriting to a 3 to a 3.5% increase in rents per year. I know that because I sell to them from time to time in my past life, right?
Yeah.
So so from that standpoint, no different than a lot of people say, well, how do I start out? Well, start out on buying a house. One of the hottest things in America today, which we're doing in scale, is building 200 houses and renting 200 houses in one development. That has now become a major staple business besides apartments, is for rent home communities. Are you doing that now?
Well, we own, Ryan, how many units is that in Weston that we own? 600.
Okay.
So I bought 600 units in Weston. They're condo approved.
No, I'm talking about houses.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't own single families.
Yeah.
Oh, the BTRs.
The BTR.
Yeah. No, I haven't done any of those.
Love that business because more, in our generation, we were taught to, own the American dream.
Yeah.
Our kids,
not so much.
That's not their gig anymore.
Do you think a single family home is a good investment?
Yes.
Why?
To rent.
Oh, to own it and rent it out to somebody else.
Oh, yeah, it's a great business. Yeah.
Do you think a single family home to live in is a good investment? Is it an investment?
I've never looked at it as an investment. I looked at what I wanted for my family.
Yeah. It's a consumption item.
And that's a choice, right? From that standpoint. But
you have a big house?
Yeah, I do.
How big?
Big enough.
How big is it? How big is it, Mark? Come on. Dan, you told me about Wendy, you can tell me about your house. It's a big house.
It's a big house.
Okay, good.
So,
but it's not an investment. You agree with that?
No.
It's a place to live.
Yeah, it's your choice.
Yeah.
Right. But our kids these days, they're more mobile.
Yeah. They don't want to
go, and they don't want a long-term commitment.
That's
so house communities are the hardest thing. So people starting out, a great thing to do. How many people we know that started off with one townhome, rented it out, made a bunch of money on that, bought a second one, then graduated up to an apartment complex. That's a great way of doing things.
How old are you? How old are you?
66.
Dude, that's awesome, man. Yeah. That's awesome. Huh? Does he look good or what? What's interesting is when I see a guy like this, I'm like 66, he's had all these accomplishments, and he's going to wake up tomorrow morning and go do a deal. Am I right? Are you still doing deals?
Every day. Yeah, all the time, yeah.
Yeah, what markets do you like in Florida right now?
We're throughout the whole state.
Yeah.
We love the whole state of Florida. We love the Carolinas. We love Texas. Everywhere where it's business friendly.
Yeah.
We jump over Georgia. I don't get Georgia as much. We love Tennessee. Mm-hmm. Arizona. We go in and out of Arizona.
Right.
We're in and out of Nevada from time to time. Nevada's more of a boom-bust marketplace, so we're more careful there. But the southern states are a fantastic place to do business. Jacksonville is very hot.
Yeah, I showed you a project this morning. They're showing it on the satellite right here. You got to zoom in, and then Ryan, once you get the 360, put the 360 on it and show Art the hotel, the apartments, the hotel, and the condos. So I showed him a project this morning back here while we were having breakfast. You got to go in.
Via Meissner, you're talking about?
Yeah. 101 Meissner.
Yep.
So
great spot.
Yeah. When I showed that to you.
I live around the block.
Oh, you do? You live in Boca?
I live on the Intercoastal right there. Yeah.
Well, there it is. There it is.
See where that big
go
lake
in.
is?
Go in, guys. Go in. Closer. There you go. Closer. Now rotate it south. Go, flip the map south, and then go in again. There you go. Now, you have 3D? No, you don't have 3D. Okay, so Art, you know this project. Go in again, guys. Go in again.
Yep, I drive by it every day.
So there's 366 units. There's the Mandarin Hotel in the middle right there. I wish they were rotated so we could actually look at it the right way. Tell me, when you see that asset, is the location good?
Yeah, that would be called a AAA location.
AAA location, yeah. Okay. How important is being like as good as you can get?
You know, in my experience in buying real estate, whenever you buy geographically great located real estate, and you go through ups and downs.
Yeah.
So I would always tell my team, they bring me deals, and it's out in the hinterlands. I'm like, okay, well, if Boca catches a cold, that area gets cancer.
Right.
If you're in the hinterlands. So,
yeah.
You know, when you're buying what I call money, options in the money, where it's prime real estate, you're more protected on downside if there's ever, you know, when you have those dips from that standpoint. But, you know, real estate in this spot is, you know, has gone up dramatically more than other real estate in the state of Florida from an appreciation standpoint. So, you know, that's as good as it gets. I mean, Michael Dell's done an unbelievable job on redoing the Boca Hotel. He killed it there.
Michael Dell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phenomenal job.
So, and then when I showed this to him, because he's a developer, these are apartments right now. So there's 366 apartments. They rent for about $4,000 a month. Would you have ever thought, and again, Ryan, you got to go in tighter and you got to do satellite. If you can't do the 3D, just get rid of it. Okay. Yeah, just show the other then. The 366 units as apartments, you said to me in the back, to do what with those?
I would condo convert them. Because I've been looking at this deal, but I'm not going to compete against you.
Oh. Let's just do it together.
Exactly.
Let's do it together. We're better together.
No sense running up the price, right?
Yeah, no, okay, now that's the shot. Okay, you see the difference in the shot, man? Marketing is everything. How important is marketing?
It's everything,
everything.
Yeah.
So,
in 03 through 06, we did about 20,000 condo conversion properties in the United States.
Now, what does it mean to condo convert? Because they're approved for condos now.
Yeah, it was built for that originally.
Yeah.
So you know.
So just so go back, Ryan.
You look at what the highest and best use of real estate is, right?
Yeah.
So in Boca today, if you're going to buy a new condominium today, if there was one being built, you're going to buy that thing for, let's say, $1,800 to $2,000 a foot off the ocean. On the ocean, you're going to pay $3,500 a foot, right? So let's say you're buying this for $500 a foot. Why keep it as apartments to get a 7% yield when you could sell it for $1,200 a foot?
Yeah.
So your return on capital in a 12, 18-month period of time would be
12 to 18 months.
Would be fast.
Yeah.
Well, you think about it. What's the average square footage of these units?
1,100.
1,100. So if you're selling these things for, let's say, $1 million on average.
Well, let me just remind you that the neighbor, that property right there, the condos, those are sold. Those are selling on an average of $5 million a unit.
But
they're bigger.
But he undersold those too.
He what?
He undersold.
And he undersold them.
Well, what happened was when you do a high-rise condo, for the bank to lend you the money, you got to get 50% pre-sales. So, with the challenge of that business is you got to get the pre-sales. So you're on the hook because you closed on the land, right?
Yeah.
And you got to get the pre-sales. So the original sales in that were way under market. I mean, he was selling that stuff for like 800, 1,000 a foot. That should have really been 1,800 a foot to get the pre-sales. But this project is already built, right?
Yeah.
So from that standpoint, when you're doing a conversion, you're still getting income coming in from the people paying the rents. You will get some move-outs in the beginning when you announce it, which is kind of normal. But you're going to be able to sell that out.
What do you think? What do you think the condos sell for in the apartment project?
I mean, you talking about something like if you're going to
if we do the condo
back of your truck and hit your head, and it was a no-brainer type of thing?
No brainer thing.
1,200 a foot.
So that's 1.4 million a door.
Yeah, 1.2, 1.4.
So 1.2. What's 1.2 times 366? 420. Yeah. So we're trying to buy this for 220 a door, or 220.
No, you can make real money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as I showed it to him. Now, guys, what you're seeing right here, how important are conversations like this? The ones we're having. How important are conversations like this? People doing this. Like,
that's how we get things done, right?
Yeah. You met the guy at Wendy's in 1980 or whatever it was. Boom. The next thing you got Wendy. I know you did, Wendy.
My wife is not going to like that, by the way.
But you weren't with her. Were you with her then?
What's that?
Clip that out. Clip that out. Clip that out. She's going to ask you now.
Yeah.
But isn't this how things get done?
Always.
Yeah. So
it's all about collaboration, right?
Yeah, collaboration. Talk to the audience about the importance of them moving up to the level of people they want to become.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even at my age, which I'm young still, right?
Yeah.
But,
you look good.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I can't. I hope I look as good as you when I'm your age.
For me, like I learned a lot of things from my sons now because they're running a lot of the operations of my business and they're into technology and things like that. But if you have the desire to succeed, you always have to learn, right? You have to prosper. I don't care how old you are. And so many times people say, oh, when you're in your 60s, you're supposed to slow down. People say, oh, when are you going to slow down? I go, slow down and do what?
Exactly.
Play golf?
Right.
I mean, those games you can have.
All right. First of all, let's start with the helicopter.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
So he's driving back to Sarasota today. And I said, dude, cancel the car. I'll have the helicopter pick you up and fly you to Sarasota. And you said,
I'm scared.
He said, I can't.
Simple as that.
Yeah. So I'm still trying to talk him into it.
So yeah, it was, after what happened out in New York.
Yeah.
It freaks me out to get on a chopper. I've been on choppers before, but, that one's a tough one for me.
Yeah. Okay, well.
It'll take some convincing,
Yeah.
but we might get there.
Okay, so we're on Rumble right now.
We're live on Rumble right now.
How many people are on, how many of you prescribe or subscribe to Rumble right now? Okay, good. The rest of you should. Rumble.com. It's what? Tell them what Rumble is.
So Rumble is a video platform, but it rose to prominence late in 2020. And it rose on the idea of, actually, if I take you back to 2013 when we actually started, the mission is quite similar, but what I noticed was that the big platforms, all the incumbent platforms like Facebook, YouTube, et cetera, were all starting to kind of preference big corporations, brands, big influencers, and they were kind of forgetting about the small creator, our friends and family, aunts and uncles. So we built Rumble on the premise of just trying to help the small guy. That's all it was in 2013. And it was because YouTube was preferencing these large creators. So it was a type of preferencing rather than, I would say, censorship at the time, but you could kind of look at it as a censorship. They're censoring the small guy and preferencing the large guy. Then 2020 came around, the middle of the summer of 2020. I'm Canadian, by the way, born and raised in Toronto.
51.
And I get a call from the ranking member of the U.S. House Intel Committee, a random call from the ranking member, Congressman Devin Nunes at the time, and I'm like, holy shit, am I under investigation? what is going on? And it was a couple months before the election, and he calls and he asks, hey, Chris, if I bring my podcast to Rumble and I type my name, am I gonna find it? And I'm like, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm calling my developers, checking, making sure that works, you know? So
he was concerned about what? What do you mean find?
He's like, well, that's not happening on YouTube, nor is it happening on Google. And I'm typing his name in Google and in YouTube, and all I'm getting is like a hit piece in the New York Times and a hit piece on
they canceled.
CNN.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Music. Hey, welcome, guys. Great to have you here. 10X Wealth System with Grant Cardone on this beautiful day. We're coming to you from Miami today, and I'm going to spend the next 90 minutes with you talking to you about, as my Jared Glant, writing on our board back here, our magic board, which I'm going to be using a bunch of today to talk to you about our 10X Wealth System, how you can create wealth, like the biggest wealth in the universe. If you want to create it, I'm going to share with you what you can do to do it. Now, there's one thing I cannot do for you. The rest of it I'll do for you. I'll show you the hacks, the secrets, the tactics that the wealthiest families in the world have used for hundreds of years to create wealth, regardless of where they lived. Most of these people started with nothing. Some of them started with something, but they still had to maintain it, multiply it, keep it, and beat inflation. I'm going to simplify this whole game today. There's one thing I cannot do for you. One thing I cannot do for you, okay, is the commitment part. So congratulations to all of you that came here today, that you're committed to getting yourself into another financial situation. I was in a room last night discussing with some people they asked me some questions about wealth and about how to create wealth. And I said, well, let's start with what I wouldn't do again. Told them 3 things that I would not do that I'm going to save for the end of today. Jared, remind me to do this. 3 things that I wouldn't do again, but I'm going to share that with you, that I believe cost me hundreds of millions of dollars, and that I would never do again. I shared that with this audience, and 2 of those things the audience did not want to hear. Okay, they're like, they started fighting with me. And these are people that don't have anything. These are people that are on the come up. They're probably, if you charted them out, and I'm going to show you a chart, a pyramid wealth, an actual pyramid that shows income status and net worth status and how they separate from one another. I'll actually demonstrate that to you today. How most of these people are actually middle class income, but actually have poverty in the net worth category. Mm-hmm. You guys understand, you could have somebody upper
making 400 grand a year, 500 grand
$1 million a year. You could have somebody in the upper tiers of income class and still be in poverty when it comes to assets and net worth. I'm going to break all that down for you today. I'm going to show you, somebody said my presentation appears a little blurry. Blurred, bruh. We're moving into the blur. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to actually simplify the blur of wealth, of finance, the math behind the finance, okay? This is a simple game, folks. This is all about math and commitment. Most of you right now are failing as you're taking notes today. If you have a legal pad, you're going to want to take some notes. Also, I think we gave them a little workbook, right?
Yeah, we emailed out a workbook.
Jared Glant, real quick, if you guys switch off to Jared Glant, you guys that are on Rumble, X, Instagram, wherever you are, Jared Glant, president of the company, came to work with me. He was broke when he came here. By the way, I was broke when I came here. I came here 40 years ago. Broke, okay, in debt. No clue, but I had one thing. I had a sick commitment, okay, to create wealth for myself and my family. I've always been fascinated by money. Jared had the same thing. He was broke, in debt, but he had a commitment to this. Go ahead, Jared.
And I'm just going to say that commitment wasn't just something I was speaking. It was something I was doing. So I moved to LA to come work for Grant. I didn't know anybody here or in LA. I moved in. I rented a room. I slept on an air mattress for almost 2 years. I was making $1,800 or $2,000 a month, and my income was going up a few $100s a month because I was still trying to figure out how to do it, but I had that commitment.
Yeah.
And commitments are always backed by
a doingness, something you're doing. And in this case, Jared didn't just do something. He also was willing to undo things, okay? He was willing to change habits. And 2, he was willing to sacrifice, okay? Commitment requires a doingness. This is not a learningness, okay? Yeah, you got to learn something, okay? But you gotta do something. Like you gotta do something. Number two, second part of this is a sacrifice. Jared was willing to sacrifice. He didn't think, oh, I'm gonna get a job and I'm gonna party on the weekends. He actually gave up the parties on the weekends. Took him a second to get there, but he gave up the parties on the weekend. He gave up the idea that he was entitled to blah, blah, whatever that is, buy a house, Gucci's, spending money on girls on the weekend. Like he wasn't doing that. Like you guys cannot get there if you stay here, okay? The word here actually gets changed to there by adding a T, okay? I don't know what the T stands for in your case, but for me, it always meant I'm gonna have to move. I gotta move. If I'm committed, I gotta move. If I wanna work out, I gotta commit to the workout. I gotta do the workout, and then I have to sacrifice probably the diet. So same thing with money. If you wanna move to money, real money. Now we're gonna be talking about real money today, folks. The goal today is to get you into a place where you have financial freedom forever, and you have something to pass on to your next generation. Everybody has a different idea of what wealth is, okay? Most of you today, as you take notes and you have your workbook, how do they find that workbook?
It's in their email.
We sent you an email with a short workbook. We're going to cover some of that information. I'm going to spend about 90 minutes with you today. Ideally, I would spend the next 3 or 4 months with you. You would have a financial planner with you. You would lay out your exact goals. You would know every expense, every income strategy. You would know exactly where your money's invested, how to reduce your tax code. But I'm going to do all that in 90 minutes. I would ideally spend the next 3 or 4 months, or maybe all year, one-on-one with you, talking to you about where's money going to come from, income, where's money going, how do I start investing this money, how do I beat Uncle Sam the tax man, okay, and how do I create long-term wealth that earns 15 or 20 or 25% annually. So I'm going to get you to think different today. I'm asking you to do a couple things for me. Pay attention. You're here. Congratulations. Great to have you here. By the way, maybe put in the chat, where are you here from and what did you come to learn? So put your city. I'm in Miami. And I came to learn more about what, okay? We got New Jersey in the house, Nashville, Aiken. 22,000 people registered for this. Is that the right number?
Yep, 20, yeah.
Okay. China's in the house. Taiwan, Newark, Atlanta, Hawaii, Austin, Calgary, Miami, Dallas, Golden, Colorado. Man, this is going fast, guys. I mean, you guys really think I can read this?
Scottsdale,
okay.
Pennsylvania,
Help me out. You guys
Omaha, Orlando, Rincon, Trinidad,
Jesus Christ, man.
Florida, Ohio.
Wow. Okay, now what did you guys come to learn? What is it you want to know? Okay, what is it you want to know? What is your target? Okay, what are you looking for? What you look for is what you will see. Okay, if you look for a blonde, you'll find a blonde. If you look for a redhead, you'll find a redhead. If you look for blue hair, you'll find blue hair, okay? Whatever you look for, you will see. If you look simply to pay the electric bill, you will make enough money to pay your bills, and that's it. And that's how most of America is living, okay? So you got to slow these down, Scott. I need somebody to help me out here. I mean, if you guys think I can keep up with this, I want to hear, okay, this is from, I'm transitioning from service provider to relaxing. I don't know what that means, bro. Why? I want to transition from a service provider to relaxing. This is from Rashima. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? You know how expensive it is to relax? Do you guys understand if you actually charted out when you spend money, when do you spend most of your money? If you could chart out when you hit your Visa, MasterCard and do dumb shit, when do you think it is? I'll guarantee you it's when you're off. It's when you're bored. It's when you're relaxing, okay? I'm a plumber. Can I make $10 million a year? Yes, Sergio, but it would be easier for you to create a $10 million net worth than it would be to make $10 million a year. I'm going to show you guys how not to change your income by a penny, but how you could still be worth tens of millions of dollars. Not change your income, but create tens of millions of dollars in net worth. I'm looking to create an agency, a legacy wealth, and keep as much as possible, move Desiree at the bottom, as much as possible, not giving to the IRS. This is a great plan and very easy to accomplish, by the way. Wilfredo says, I'm in Fresno, California. in this site?
I'm here to learn to save taxes and get better at running my auto shop repair business.
Okay, good. Okay. So all this starts with basically a goal, right?
Do you want to just, for anybody that's new that doesn't know you yet, just we got some new people here. So.
How many of you don't even know who I am? Okay, let me just ask that. If you don't know who I am or what I do.
This is the first thing you've done with us.
The first thing you've done with us, just go to the bottom, guys. I need to keep up with me. I can't see the chat. To the bottom, all the way to the bottom. Go ahead and commit to it. You can do it.
First time.
First time, wow. The first thing I've ever done with you, first timer. Man, a lot of virgins in the room. Newbies. We gonna pop some cherries today.
Faraz is new, Brooke is.
Okay, can I say that? Can I say that on a wealth? No. No? No. See, that's the thing about me, okay, guys? I'm just a regular person, okay? And I'm gonna tell you, like if I need to talk to you a certain way about wealth, that's one of the problems why so many people don't have wealth, is because so much of this is pushed into a nomenclature, to wording system, to financial intelligence level that nobody can understand what anybody's talking about. So what I want to do today is simplify this for you. Okay, I grew up in a middle-class family, raised by a single mom. I grew up where we were punching little cards every day to find out where we could save money. Constant budget, education. Like save your money, save your money, save your money, save your money. And there was no ideas of income. There was nothing about tax deferment. There was no ideas about how to invest to earn 15 or 20 or 25% or 100% on your money. It was all about leave your money at the bank, earn 5 or 6%. If you did, you're going to be fine. Okay, the reality is if you earn 6%, you will never create financial wealth, ever. It's impossible. You cannot create financial wealth. I could show you the math on it. It is impossible. And that's what the Standard & Poor 500 pays you every year. About 6%, maybe 7% before taxes. Okay? After inflation, you're ending up at 2 or 3%. You're going to live 30 years and look up and your retirement account will not have enough to handle you for the next 5 or 6 or 7 years that you live. Had a man tell me last night, he's 65 years old. He's 65 years old.
Up at the top.
Where? Okay. He's like, Grant, I got enough money to take me till I'm 78 years old. I'm like, bro, what if you live till 87? You know what? That's going to be the worst 9 years of your life. You're going to wish you're dead. You guys are planning without understanding that you could have another 9 years to live. Who's going to take care of you? The government's not going to take care of you. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do with it? You're not planning the money out right. You're like, some of you think that $1 million is a lot of money, but you haven't done the math based on your age. If you have $1 million, but you're going to live 25 years and you don't have any more income, and this is sitting in an IRA, a 401k, a SEP, whatever, and you're dumping out, the government's going to make you withdraw 40 grand a year. You can't live on 40 grand a year. I don't care who you are, how you live, how tight it is. You cannot live on $3,750 a month today, much less in 20 years from now. Okay? 20 years from now, this will be more problematic. You were a millionaire on paper that had more time, okay, and you didn't do the math. And this is what the financial planner told you. You're going to be worth $1 million when you retire. I just showed Jared how he could put together $287 million. How old are you?
42.
42. He'd be 62 years old. He'd be worth $250 million at the age of 62. And tell him what you told me as soon as I showed you the number.
I said, well, that's just assuming that nothing big happens. That just assumes that I just
the
keep
second
doing what
thing
I'm
he
doing.
said was,
I'm already on track for that.
yeah, but the second thing he said to that was, what's that money worth in 20
Yeah. It'll be worth a lot less then, yeah.
Because it might not be worth anything. So today, okay, what are you going to learn today? This is what I promise you'll learn. One, you're going to learn how to beat the tax man. Okay? Can we get this working? You're going to learn how to beat the tax man. Okay? You got to learn how to beat the tax man. If you can't beat that dude, okay, you cannot win this game. Okay, the second thing we're going to do is show how to align your money up to create.
I need the presentation. No, presentation. The clicker's not working.
Okay, number one, we're going to reduce your tax bill. I'm going to show you how to beat the IRS. This is the most expensive thing you have in your life, is taxes. Okay, slash your tax bill. I want to get rid of this thing, and I want to get it to zero if possible. How many of you would like to reduce your tax bill to zero? Okay, 2, we're going to set financial targets. Okay, almost anyone can do number 1, but you cannot do it if you don't have number 2, okay? The people that are paying the most taxes, most of you right now pay more taxes than I do by percentage, and I'll show you how, okay, and why, okay? The wealthiest of the wealthy pay under 10%, and probably 1 or 2% of their net worth annually is paid out in taxes. 1 or 2%. You guys are paying 22%, 25, 27, 35, 47%. If you're living in California and New York, you could be paying 57 or 63%. If you live in San Francisco City, 20% of your income could be going to the city. Can somebody find that post I did on Instagram the other day of my property taxes at my little house here? Okay, so number 2, we're going to show you how to set financial targets that get you into infinite earning ability so that you and your family can live for generations, okay? 3rd thing, we're going to convert spending, imagine doing this, spending to investing. So I'm going to take my spending and I'm going to show you how to turn a spend into an investment. Little simple hacks. By the way, number 3 is connected to number 1 and will build on number 2. Okay, number 4 thing you're going to learn today. Do I have my clicker back?
Yeah.
Does it work now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, man. I'm going to put you and your spouse. How many married people here? Okay, how many married people in the room? Keep my chat up to date here. Yes, yes, yes. How many of you'd like to never argue about money with your spouse again? Do you know that almost 60% of marriages fail because of finances? Because the husband and the wife are arguing about money. The wife wants to buy a new house, a bigger house, by the way.
Yeah.
We deserve it. Okay, the husband wants to take a vacation. Get I got to get my place set up, man. I got to get my place set up right, okay? And you guys are arguing about money and you end up in divorce. The divorce will cost you half of everything you've ever done in your lifetime is going to get blown out. You don't need to fill that out, by the way. I can just leave it blank.
Okay.
And number 5, we're going to build a wealth plan. We're going to get you a wealth plan or started on a wealth plan today. And I'd like to believe it's a 10X wealth plan. This is financial freedom, okay? Money that you can't get rid of, okay? Now, if we could show them that image of my property taxes that I got this bill this weekend. Can they see it?
They're pulling it up right now.
I saw it for a second. It's all right. Just tell me. And you guys got to talk to me in there, okay? Don't
Yes,
just
sir.
listen,
We're
talk.
looking for it, yeah.
I don't
Sorry
mind you
about that.
talking to me. You had it up there, guys.
Is it on Instagram or X?
No, they had it up there. I mean, I just literally
coming up
saw
now.
it on the screen right here. Okay, it's all right. Let me know when you find it, okay? We're going to build a wealth plan to financial freedom, okay? Now, what I want you to do is I want you to get a blank sheet of paper out right now as they look for my property tax bill. It was $110,000 for one property, just to take you out of mystery on it, okay? And I'm trying to talk to Ron DeSantis and the rest of the government to end property taxes, at least here in Florida. Are they able to see the bottom of this thing, guys? There you go. It says $110,000, okay? That means every year, for you guys that want to own a home, oh my God, a home is a good investment. This house, if the taxes don't ever go up over the next 10 years, I will pay $1.1 million in property taxes. $25,000 of that every single year goes to a school system, and I don't have kids in the school system. And by the way, even the kids that are in the school system and their parents believe the school system's failing. Now, I'm paying $25,000 every year for a failing school system where the parents, I don't even have kids in the system. I don't have nephews or nieces in the system. I have nobody in the system, but I'm basically spending money. This is not a tax deduction, by the way. I cannot write off property taxes. I also pay $25,000 to the fire department every year. Okay, that's $1,800 a month for a fire I haven't had. I've never had a fire in my house. And when I did have a fire in Malibu, okay, I don't know what I paid over there, the whole damn neighborhood burnt down. And I can't get coverage. My insurance doesn't even cover the fire. This is insanity, okay? Now, that's just property taxes. Let's talk about the insurance to pay for the property, which is another, I think, $48,000 a year. Sherry, maybe check and see what I paid on insurance just for Malibu, just for the Golden Beach house last year. $4,000 a month, I think is what it was. $48,000 a year to insure my house. Like this is, and none of this is tax deductible, okay? So it doesn't build wealth. So I want you guys to imagine for a second, what if, and you're gonna fill this out on a piece of paper, okay? What if, and then fill in the blank, what if you didn't pay the IRS? What would that mean to you? In numbers, I guess.
How much, yeah, if you didn't have to
money,
pay tax, how much more money would you be able to keep?
And then throw it in the chat. Let me see what you guys say. If you didn't pay, without looking, just no payroll tax, no employee tax, no IRS, and no state tax, what would you pay? Okay, now this is 1 year for 100 grand, 30,000, 75,000, 10,000. Slow it down, guys. Okay, 30,000, jail time for sure. Wrong, Oscar. I ain't going to jail, bro. See, some of you guys think that, oh, you got to die and you got to pay taxes. Okay, I'm not sure of either one. 400 grand a year. Doreen. Doreen. 400 grand. Jesse says 10,000. Amy says 56,000 a year. Janet says $50,000, or is that 500?
It's 50,000. Yeah,
keep going down.
Keep scanning.
$30,000, $80,000, $100,000, $50,000, $48,000, $60,000. Look at this. Okay, now by the way, guys, okay, Anna says $250,000. It's not $250,000, Anna. It's $250,000 times 20, okay? Because you're going to do this for 20 years, and that is $5 million. Now, the tax code's about 80,000 pages. 80,000 pages. There's 250 tax breaks in that code. 80% of it is based on the breaks, how to take the breaks, and most people, in fact, I think there was some research we did, but no human being has read the entire tax code.
Yeah.
Including the people that wrote it, okay? Now, if you knew you could save $250, what did she say, $250
$250 a year, yeah.
Let's say it was only $20,000 a year for the next 20 years. That's $500,000. If you guys knew you could save $500,000 or $5 million over your lifetime by not paying taxes, would you invest $5,000 or $6,000 to learn that? Okay, would you invest $5,000 or $6,000 to never fund this bullshit organization right here that funds wars? By the way, they don't even fund wars, just so you know. So you guys, oh, they're funding the military. No, they're not. They're not protecting Ukraine. They send money over there. Zelensky steals the money, and people still die. They're not funding a war. Okay, they're funding a machine where they steal money, and there's a bunch of fraud in the system, okay? All right, so just imagine if you didn't have that. How would this change your life, by the way? How excited would you be that you had an extra $4,000 a month? You didn't earn any more income. All you did was stop sending money to this organization called the Internal Revenue Service. And you don't need to wait until Donald Trump gets rid of them. By the way, I think he's going to try to do that in the next 18 months. If he can get what he wants in the Senate and the Congress, I think he's going to try to actually ban the IRS. But if he can't pull that off, I can show you guys how to do this immediately. Would you invest money to do that? Would you invest time to learn how to reduce your tax code? Okay? Now, we could take some random person. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow. Maybe we do a Q&A tomorrow, okay, with this. You guys think about that. Would you guys want to do a Q&A, just Q&A tomorrow? I'm going to spend about 90 minutes with you today and just do a Q&A tomorrow about how to implement some of these strategies with some of you that are really, really serious about doing this, okay? $12,000 a month, $125 a year, $180,000 a year, $10,000 a year, okay? Even $10,000 over 20 years is 200 grand, okay? By the way, if I take 200,000, watch this. I don't know if you can see my calculator right here, but let's say I take $200,000, and if I could invest $200,000 over 15 years and add $1,000 a month, I would have $4.6 million in 20 years. Okay? Now, if I could change that for any of you guys that came up with some bigger numbers, who said, let me see a bigger number in here. There's $840,000 somebody said they paid in taxes. If I did that 20 years and added, let me see, I'm going to add $5,000 a month to this number. That person would create $20 million. This is our 10x wealth calculator. Now, why am I showing you this? Because this is where wealth starts. This wealth starts with the math. It starts with, boom, how can I get to that number? Okay, if I look for a blue-haired, one-armed chick, okay, I will see and can find a blue-haired, one-armed chick. I'm doing that for like that's a bizarre image to see, right? If you look for on the internet, I want to see somebody getting spit on in an NFL football game, you will find out that last Thursday night, the Philadelphia Charger Carter spit on Zach and got thrown out of the game. Okay, you see what you look for. Okay, and finance is the same way, especially finance, because you basically were brought up around a budget. 95% of your time, of your training, of your lifestyle, for most of us, unless you were born rich, okay, 95% of your time is spent on a budget mentality, which is contraction, okay? Less than 5% of your time is on income and opportunity. And this has got to get switched. You want to reverse these. You want 5% of your time on expenses, 95% of your time on income and opportunity. And income, I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something to come in, right? I'm like, okay, my target is, this is your target. And I always talk about how important targets are, okay? Everything starts with a target. Wherever you're trying to get to, it's that destination. If it's too short, okay, I'm going to earn 50 grand a year. Guess what? You will hate money. You will hate money because 50 grand a year is going to be disappointing to you because you're never going to have any money. 50 grand is going to come in, 55,000 is going to go out, and that's the life of the middle class in America. You're not poverty. You're not in poverty. You have $55,000 a year coming in, okay? You have $55,000 coming in, you got $55,000 going out, you're broke. You have the income of the middle class and the lifestyle of someone in poverty. By the way, you could have $250 coming in. I'll show you these pyramids today, okay? You could have basically the income. There's a pyramid, a wealth pyramid. I'll show you the entire thing. In fact, I'm going to try to get you guys, we're going to create a laminated one. For all of you that get really serious, this is a pyramid, a net worth, and an income pyramid guide, okay? This should sit on your refrigerator. And like have something big in your house where you're like, this is my target, okay? Not, I grew up single mom, she's 46 years old, husband died, he made all the money, and all she could do was preserve money. Spending, everything was about spending. Save your money, save your money, save your money, save your money. Don't spend money, okay? Coupons, she clipped coupons and made sure that we got 50 cents off the blueberries. Like you could try to save your way to 50 cents at a time, but you're never going to get there. The way to get there to the top of this pyramid, this is the very top. This is the 1% or less, okay? And this is poverty down here. You could have the income of the upper middle class, a doctor, engineer, somebody earning 450, 500, 800, a million. You could have the income of the upper tier.
Upper middle class, yeah.
But you could still be in poverty because you have no assets.
Yeah, they said that right now 50% of earners making more than $100,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
So if you're living paycheck.
What is the number?
50% of six-figure earners.
Yeah. So we have, yesterday, the New York Times wrote yesterday that 4 times the number of millionaires are moving to rentals in the last 4 years. 4 times. It's 4x. People that are millionaire status, $1 million net worth, are deciding and electing to rent over home ownership for a number of reasons we won't get into right now. But I'm going to show you this today, how you can move yourself up this triangle, okay, to wealth, creating wealth, without actually changing where you live on the income bands. Okay, so imagine this exercise, okay? You have a 0 tax bill. What would that do for you? What do you have left over now? Okay, very, very important for you guys to figure out, because the tax bill, this is 40% of all your expenses. The greatest expense you have is not groceries, rent, mortgage, kids. It is the IRS, okay? Okay, number 2, I want you to imagine, what would it be like if you had total, absolute financial certainty?
What's the number?
And what is that number, okay? What would the number be? And let me just see it in the chat. What would your absolute financial freedom number look like? Like if you had total certainty, and I just want you guys to know, I don't have that, okay? As bizarre as that could sound. And if you told me 20 years ago, hey, Grant, you're gonna be at 67, you're gonna have X dollars, would you have certainty at that number? I'd be like, oh yeah, for sure. But I don't. I'm just telling you, like, there's things that change, okay? So it's 10 million, 100,000 a year, 100 billion. Wow, look at some of these numbers. Look at the range. Michelle says $1 billion.
100K a month, 8.2.
$25 million.
10K
49.3 million, maybe.
10 million, 50 million.
Brick, $1 billion.
100 million, 50 million.
10 million. 3 billion, 1 trillion. Ooh, 1 trillion. Dude, I got to believe at 1 trillion, I'm good. I'm set up. Look up what's the difference between $1 billion and $1 trillion in time. The difference between 1 billion and 1 trillion in time. I think it's like 34,000 years. Some insane number. You could literally spend $1 billion a day for like 1,000 days. And you couldn't spend $1 billion a day. It's impossible.
You want years?
In time, yeah, in time.
Well, $1 billion is.
It's crazy, right? How long would it take me to spend $1 billion at $10,000 a day? Which I don't think you could do, by the way. I don't think you could spend $10,000 every day. I think it would wear you out. I think you'd get tired of spending $10,000 a day. You can't spend more than $10,000, but you have to spend $10,000 a day. How long would it take me to get rid of the money?
Okay, so if you were to spend 100 grand a day.
Okay, 100 grand a day.
It would take you 28 years.
28 years every day.
If you had $1 trillion,
yeah, exactly,
it would take you 28,000 years.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking it was. Okay, you couldn't do this. You could not possibly spend 100 grand every single day for 28 years. You couldn't do it. There's not enough shit to buy.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the difference between time and money. Okay, now I'm trying to get you guys to think big. You're like, dude, I'm just trying to pay $2,000. I'm trying to get an extra $2 grand a month. Good, that's fine. We're going to get $2 grand a month. If you start thinking like this, if you start thinking big like this, the $2 grand a month is going to be a piece of cake. But I got to get you to think big first, to absolute financial certainty, so that when you start making $2 grand a month, you don't stop once you make the 2, only to find out you need a 2,400.
Yeah, and as we've been building this presentation over the last couple weeks and looking at the impact of even small dollar amounts that you can invest when you start compounding, like the numbers are that's why we built this calculator, because it brings into reality how much you can actually end up with a very little amount monthly. And we'll share more examples with you guys about that.
If you invested $100 a day, if you were committed to every day picking up another $100 from somebody somewhere on the planet for some reason, for anything, I don't care what it is. You dig a ditch, you get $100. You give them a service, you get $100. You borrowed $100. However you got the $100. $100 is not a lot of money. $100, an extra $100 every day, and invested that $100. Like you got $100 and you invested the $100 every day. You wouldn't spend it, you drop it. In 20 years, if you could do that every day, you would have $4 million packed away. Okay, now if I change one little thing about it, I could have $8 million if I just got it to earn a tiny bit more. So I got to get 100, I got to stack it, put it away, not touch it, and I got to get it to earn, to multiply itself. I'd have $8 million at only $100 a day. So I'm trying to play games with myself. I'm 25 years old and I'm broke. I quit complaining about being broke and I started playing games with money. What if? What if I did this? What if I had that? What if I could get $10,000, extra $10,000 a year, earning 10%? Oh wow, that would be an extra $1,000 a month. That's $833. $833 changes my life. Okay. Now, if I get a new 833 and I go spend 833, I'm back to zero again. So I don't want to do that because now I got to start over. You want to compound and build, okay? So I'm looking for, imagine what is the number for absolute financial certainty? Let me see the numbers again. Let me see the number. What is your number now for absolute financial certainty? 5 million, 20 million, 100 million. Okay, now I want to play a game with somebody. Let's see if we can bring up Barbara Haynes. Can we bring Barbara up? I'm going to play a little game with you. Did anybody win the Powerball?
I think it pulls tonight.
Okay, I need to buy some more Powerball tickets.
I've been buying.
Okay. Hey, Barbara, how much is it? Is it 2 billion now?
1.8.
1.8 billion. Okay, Barbara, we're going to play a little game, all right? Barbara, everybody should play the lottery game. My wife turned me on to this game. I don't know how she came across of it. Okay, Barbara, you win the lottery. You win the $1.8 billion lottery. What city do you live in, Barbara?
I live in Boynton Beach.
Okay, so you bought it down the street. You bought it at the Publix. You went in, you bought it. Boom, you won the ticket. It gets announced. Barbara Haynes won the $1.8 billion. They're going to say, hey, do you want to be paid out monthly or do you want to take it all? You're going to probably take it all. You're going to end up with $1 billion after taxes.
Okay, but before I collect it, I want to make sure that I have a trust, and the ticket's going to be collected in the trust.
Oh, you do, huh? Shit, I don't care. Just give me that $1 billion. I don't care where it's at, okay?
Okay.
I think they actually take the tax out before they give it to you, too.
Yeah, so I'm going to get $1 billion.
Yeah.
You're going to get $1 billion. They're not going to trust you. So you don't need to worry about trust. What are you going to do with this $1 billion? I want to tell me how you're going to spend this $1 billion.
Well,
what's the first thing you're going to buy?
I don't know. You tell me.
Dude, I just gave you $1 billion, bro. Like, what do you
House, trips,
what do you want? What's the first thing? You got $1 billion. I want you to tell me how you're going to spend this $1 billion.
Well, I would. It's not going to be the first thing, but I would say 5 to 10% will go to charity.
Okay. So here we're going to take $1 billion. This is the lottery game. You can play this as much as you want. It costs nothing. She's going to take $50 million and she's going to send it to charity. You still have $950 million left.
I'm going to put some money aside for each of my family members.
Okay. How many family members you have?
I would say 5.
Okay, 5. How much are you going to give each one of them?
I'll give each one 2 million.
Okay, so 10 million. Let me see, she gave $10 million away. So she still has 940 million. Now what are you gonna do?
I guess create a
And by
foundation.
the way, you probably made 2 drug addicts over here.
I guess I would start a foundation.
Okay, foundation, okay. Okay, so how much money you need for the foundation?
30 million.
30 million, okay. So now you got 910 million.
I don't know.
Okay, like you want to buy a house, you want to buy a car, you want to go on a trip, you want to buy a plane, you want to, you got $910 million.
Well, I guess the rest of it would have to be invested until I knew what to do with it. I would give some of it to Cardone Capital to invest.
Okay, how much are you going to put in Cardone Capital? Because you're going to create a new problem for yourself. But go ahead, how much you going to create? How much you want to give Cardone Capital?
I'll give you 10 million.
10 million, dude. You got 910 million.
All right, I'll give you 20 million.
20, dude. You could give me 200 million. You give me 200 million, you still have 710 million dollars. The 200 million, by the way, is going to earn probably is going to earn $12 million a year.
Okay, you got it.
It's earning you $1 million a month, okay? And it'll be worth probably $1 billion in the next 6 years.
Cool.
So, and you still have your 710 million. What are you going to do with this money?
I think I'd have to put it aside till I could figure that out.
And this is why people don't have money right here. This is why people don't have money, Barbara. So we got to get you thinking about what are you going to do with the money? Otherwise, you're not going to have the money, right? You're not going to put groceries in your refrigerator if you don't have plans to eat food. You follow me? You're not planning on winning. You guys got to plan on winning. You got to plan on financial freedom. You got to dream about what it's going to do in your life. Otherwise, you're going to do this. I don't need all that. And how many times have we heard somebody say, I don't need all that? Okay, good. You don't need it all. But look, if I give it to you, what are you going to do with it? Okay? And if you're not thinking about what you're going to do with it, Jared, what would you do with $1 billion? If I gave you $1 billion right now, walk me through what you and Sandy would do with $1 billion.
After taxes are paid.
After taxes.
Yeah, I'd buy a house in Spain.
House in Spain. How much is a house in Spain?
I'd probably spend 10 million.
10 million, okay.
I'd buy a house in Aspen.
House in Aspen, okay. How much?
10 million.
No, you can't buy a house over there for
20 million. Okay.
20 million. No, bro, you're a billionaire, bro.
Yeah. Okay. A house in Miami, 40 million.
Oh, you got a house in Miami for. Oh, you see, look how he's coming up now.
Yeah.
He's bought a $40 million.
Because that's where I'm going to be all the time, right?
Yeah.
And then
You could buy my house.
Yeah,
Golden Beach.
I could. I'd probably have like 400 grand a month, so 5 million a year for travel.
Travel would be $5 million a year.
Yep. And then I would invest the bulk of it in assets.
Okay, and then invest the rest.
Buy my parents a house, do all that stuff, So I probably 10 million on family stuff, buying them houses and shit, and then I'd invest the rest.
This is the lottery game, folks. It costs you nothing to play this game. What would I do if? Okay, and what most of you are going to find out is you can't exhaust the list. Like Jared came up with 10, 30,
Oh, I mean, you got to put a
70.
jet on there because I don't want to be using your jet all the
Oh,
time.
now he wants to buy a
Yeah.
plane. Now he's like, shit, man, I want to buy a plane. I don't want to use his all the time. Okay, but maybe we could split one now.
I mean, the reality is once you get to a certain lifestyle, it's like, what else? You're being stupid with it. Like, it's...
So all I'm asking you guys to do right now is you're like, I don't need all that. That's fine. That's fine. You don't need it all. What's wrong with just thinking, what if I had that? What would I do? What's wrong with thinking a little bigger than I need to take care of my wife, my 2 kids, my grandkids, my mom, my dad, and I got to retire? Because everybody's playing that game. Everybody's playing the game. What if I just take care of my little circle rather than, hey, what if I actually think big? Because I can tell you, the Warren Buffetts, the Bill Gates, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Donald Trumps of the world, the Don Juniors and the Eric Trumps, And the people that are getting the big wins are having big thinking before they have the big wins. Okay? So I'm asking you, would Jared now be in the world of absolute financial certainty? He bought a house in Spain, a house in Aspen, a house in Miami, a house for his parents. He travels $5 million a year. He's got his own plane now. He's got a bunch of expenses to go with it, but he still has, I don't know, $800 million to invest that are also going to earn, let's say, 15% a year. Easy to accomplish a 15%, by the way. So he's earning
$120 million a year.
He's earning $10 million a month. You cannot exhaust money. He has absolute financial security, not just about this lifetime, but to pass on to the next lifetimes, okay? And he does now live beyond. Maybe you don't have to die and pay taxes, okay? By the way, the lottery, they grab the tax money from the lottery. That could be the last time he pays taxes, if he's smart. Because he would invest the $100 million. The jet comes with it. The jet is a depreciable item. He gets a write-off on the jet. The $800 million that he's investing, he would, if he invested in something like I invest in, he would have gotten 800 times 2.4 billion times 40%. He would have gotten an $840 million deduction that would wipe out any income tax he would have probably for the next 5 or 6 or 7 years, okay, until he got paid back that $840 million. All right.
And then all the income on after that will be taxed at 19%, not 38%.
And the next thing you know, he's got 7 flows of income. He's got 1 coming from a real estate project, okay? 2 he's got coming from an investment he made in a dividend company that pays 6 or 7 or 8 or 10% a year, okay? That's a dividend. He's got some investment he made over here, some passive income here, and another 7 of these, okay? So I want you to imagine now, what would you do? You have your earned income. He's still working. Would you keep working, Jared, or you quit?
Well, I'd have a family office for sure. So that would be the job.
But you'd quit working here.
I mean, we'd find something to do together.
Yeah, but
we've been together for a long time. So
yeah, but he's like,
we'd have to do
bro,
something.
he's like, hey, bro, I got $1 billion. Like, you know, this is what he'd give me, like, I've been taking your shit long enough. I'm out of here. He's like, I'd like to come back to work, but I just can't do it anymore.
The work would change. Still work, but work would change.
The work would change, okay? Mm-hmm. We would find different opportunities.
Yeah.
Because he'd probably be interested in growing that $1 billion. Some people wouldn't. Some people are just going to go fish. Like, I already know for sure that what I'm going to do. I already know. Like, I already know. Nobody can tell me what I'm going to do because I already know. I already hit my target. I exceeded my targets by 100x, and I never quit working the whole time. Like, I like the game. But different people, different strokes for different folks, okay? Imagine this now, new imagination. You have your earned income. You probably have some savings account that's earning you a little drip. So you already have 2 income streams. What if we added 5 more? What if you had 7 streams of income hitting you every single month? 1 that you earned, you traded time for, and the other 6 that you didn't work for. How would that change your life? What would change? Okay, throw it in the chat. What would change for you? Some people are like, come on, Barbara, spend that money. Okay? Grant said 90 minutes. He usually goes over, but the time block is 4 hours. Ronald, you guys don't need to answer every question they got.
Ronald isn't on our team.
Ronald's
somebody else.
Ronald. Grant said 90 minutes, but he usually goes 4 hours, okay? We're not going to go 4 hours today. Okay? What would you do with 7 flows of income? Man, the stress would be gone. Happiness. I could breathe. Time freedom. Look at this. I'd get a new house. I would help more people. A lot would change. Personal power. Exactly. That's exactly what would happen if you had 7, 8, 9. How about 700 flows of income? How many flows do you have, Jared? List them out for me.
I've got, primary earned income.
Earned income. That's the job.
Interest income.
Interest income.
And then I've got 14 different investments that pay me monthly.
and then 14 other investments that pay him monthly. And he still works. Okay? Now the earned income is X. What percentage of this is of the earned income?
About 15%.
This is 15%, and this is 85. I don't think so.
30%. It's 30%.
It's 70 and 30, okay?
Yeah.
It's 70 and 30 for him, okay?
300
now,
grand a year.
When he started, it was 100% here and 0 here. So most of you, if you don't have any passive income, you're 100% earned income, and you want a pie chart, right? Really what the pie chart should look like, or you'd want it to look like, very difficult to do, is you'd want it split down the middle. 50% earned, 50% passive. Very, very difficult to do. Because as you grow your passive income, okay, what a lot of people do is they start doing this and they stop that. And you end up back at the same place you started from. You don't want to do that. You want the 50 to grow. Ideally, it would exceed the earned income at some point naturally, but you would never get rid of the first one. Okay, this side is earned income. This side is passive income. This is where the new graphics come from. Mm-hmm. This is what the guys need to be thinking about as they watch this, the new graphics. Okay. This would be a pie chart, right? It would start at like this. It would start 80%, 20%. And then it's going to go, as this grows, because you're going to keep adding to this all the time, and it's going to get bigger and bigger. Today, my earned income, I think I'm at 67% earned and 33% passive. It's not quite the truth, okay? It's not quite the truth because I don't show a lot of earned income. I try to reduce it down to 0. By the time the IRS sees this thing, I want it to be like this. 5% earned, and the rest is passive by the time the IRS sees it, okay? All right, passive flows of income, okay? Passive income to support your current lifestyle. If you had just money coming in.
So basically, how much money does it cost you to live your current lifestyle right now, and what would it be like if your passive income funded that?
Yeah, so what's your number? Let's say you spend $8,000 a month on mortgage, insurance, kids, groceries, regular things, and that was just paid on your passive income. You'd put the number in. I need $8,000 a month. Now, if you want to know what number you need to invest to get that done, you just divide by the return. This is what the financial planner, unfortunately, the old financial planner, not the new one, you're going to see us move into this environment of wealth planning. Our goal is I'm going to move my business into providing people with wealth education, planning, support, coaching, with the goal to accomplish and democratize, make wealth education available to everyone, not just the clients of JP Morgan.
And the reason we're doing that, if you believe that the financial system is rigged against you, just put 10x in the comments. If you think it's rigged against you, just drop a 10x in the comments.
Hey, Grok, how much do I need to get an account at JP Morgan? Yeah, I mean, everybody's saying it's rigged, right?
And the reason it's rigged, the reason it is rigged against you is because the people that are making the rules, the banks, are the ones who are making the decisions that are best for them. So the mortgage benefits the bank because they earn interest. Investing in the stock market and them complicating diversification strategies, or putting your money just into a 401k and so you can set it and forget it. They all make a shitload of fees on all that stuff. And so the system is actually set up to make the banks wealthy, and that's why the banks are the wealthiest institutions in the world.
To get a private banking account with JP Morgan, you need a minimum assets under management of $10 million. Okay, and they're going to charge 1.5% times 10 million.
150,000.
That's 150,000. That's $12,000 a month. is what they're going to want. And then they're going to manage those assets. And if those assets go up, they want 20% of the upside of those assets. So maybe it's rigged, maybe it's not. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. I mean, you can talk about rigged all you want. The truth is, if you guys think it's rigged and you're not learning the game from the other side, then you're part of the rig. You know, you're just going along with the system. You're not investing time and energy. Do you think the IRS is a rigged event? Well, probably. Do you think the WHO, the CDC, politics are rigged? Yeah, probably. Okay, so what? Now, what are you going to do about it? Okay, number 5, passive income. Now, how much passive income would you need to support? This is your lifestyle. This is your current lifestyle. And Jared asked the question, how much passive income would you need to support your current lifestyle? But how much income would you need now to support your desired lifestyle? What do you think your number is?
For my current lifestyle?
Do whatever the hell you want to do. You want to.
My desired lifestyle?
You want to go to Spain, you want to bring the family. You got 3 houses now.
Yeah, probably.
You got a house in Spain, a house in Aspen, a house in Miami.
Probably.
You got property taxes on 3 houses. Let me just help you out here.
Yeah.
Electric bill, gas bill, insurance on 3 homes, property taxes on 3 homes. I don't know if you have a mortgage or not. Probably not. You don't have mortgages. You just won the lottery. And you have housekeepers, groundskeepers.
Half $500,000 a month.
You got a plane now.
Oh yeah, well that's going to be.
Or you
The plane's going to be 250 grand a month at least.
You could charter.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. You could dry lease my plane.
Okay.
You know, that's a better deal for me.
Yeah.
Okay. So now how much money you need a month?
Probably $500,000 to $750,000 a month.
Okay, so he needs 500 grand a month for the desired, but what do you need for your current? What does it cost you to live right now?
65.
So right now he needs $65,000 a month, but he knows all he's got to do is 9x this, folks. You're like, it's not impossible to do this, right? Now, if me and Jared, how many of you believe this, by the way? If Jared spent all his time just doing this, just like, okay, I got to get to this number, this new number, in order to, how many think he'd find a way to get there? Just put a yes in the comments if you think Jared could get there. Chat? Yes, yes.
Thank
Look
you.
at all the people
Thank
that believe in you.
Thank you.
Mostly women believe in you, Jared.
Support.
Look at all the women that believe in you, dude.
Well, you know.
Huh?
Oh, we got.
Why do women like you so much, Jared?
I don't know.
You've always had that thing?
I've always had that thing.
Okay. Stephanie, Brittany, Teresa. Look at all the women, man, that just support Jared. Okay. That's awesome, man. I believe Jared could do it too.
The point is that once you get the target, you start figuring out how to get to the target.
Yeah.
So it's like now once I go, man, I want to have $1 million a month in income. The first question that I ask after that is, what do I need to do in this business in order to get there? And then I start looking at how I can engineer the business in order to hit that target. And that's why the target is so important. That's why Grant says you can't lose sight of, like, what are you going to do with the money? Because if you say I want to have $10 million, but you don't know why, you're going to give up.
So let's find out where you're at right now, okay? This is the dream, where you're trying to get to. That's where you want to go. But let's talk about where you are right now, okay? We're going to give you 2 different categories to look at: income and net worth. Now, typically with a financial planner, they're going to be like, what are your goals and what are your goals when you retire? I have not asked you, any of you, what your goals are when you retire. Because 1, I don't know if you want to retire. 2, I don't know if any of us know what it's going to cost to live when you retire. It could be 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, or 30 years. If you're excited and motivated every day, you're probably not going to retire. But none of that really matters. Really what matters is, where are you right now and where do you want to go? Where are you right now and where do you want to go? And if you're taking notes, where you want to go is more important than where you are right now. Listen to me. Where you want to go on this mountain, on this adventure, is more important. Where you want to go, what you're looking for, is more important than where you are right this second. Because you could be in pain at this second. You could be beat up, hurt. Let's say you just got in an accident. You're beat up and you're hurt, man. My legs broke, my collarbones broke, my shoulders broke, and I got to heal. I hurt. That doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. What matters is I got to see myself healing. Where am I trying to get to? I'm trying to get back to a good working shoulder, a leg that works again. Like, you got to look at where am I trying to get to, right? If you're healing from a wound, an injury, the loss of a person, where am I trying to get to? I'm trying to get back to being that happy moment, okay? If I'm in poverty right now, I earn no money, I'm a waitress, okay? I'm being underappreciated, underpaid. I'm great, that's true, all that's true, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is where you're going. And we got to classify 2 categories. 1, income, and 2 is your net worth, okay? So I'm going to give you a little chart here. The chart starts down here in poverty. And poverty is a real thing for a lot of people, by the way. Way more people than admit to it. Then above that is the lower middle class. We're going to call this lower middle. And I'm going to give you a definition for all these for income and net worth, all right? We have the middle class, whatever that means, okay? It typically means, and they'll have numbers. Do they have this in their book? Somewhere between $65,000 and $125,000 a year. This is not like a science, okay? But they have net worth of, what do you have there, Jared, on middle class?
Middle class is $50K to $250K.
$50,000 to $250,000 of assets. Okay, a house would not be included in that. Then we have the upper middle class, okay, the upper middle class would have incomes of $120 to $250 and have assets.
This is in their workbook too.
It is?
Yeah,
between $250,000 and $500,000. That would not include your house, by the way. Financial independence would be people earning $250,000 a year to $500,000 and have $1.5 million to $5 million worth of assets. Then there would be the rich. A lot of rich people in the world, folks. There's a lot of rich people. A lot of rich people that could be broke. A lot of rich people, by the way, that are rich in income but poverty in assets, okay? They might have $500,000 a year in income to $1.5 million and actually have no assets because of where they live. They can't afford to actually invest. And then there's this group of people right here. We're going to call this the 10X wealthy, the uber wealthy. This is the yacht life, okay? They got $250 million worth of assets. What do you got there for assets? 50 million plus?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know, man. Then in that yellow triangle, bro, there's another 10 categories. You understand? There's people in that gold band, 10X wealthy, that at the bottom of it, there's actually a poverty level inside of that compared to people at the very tip top, okay? All right, so I'm gonna take some different examples here, okay?
The purpose of this is so that a lot of you guys are in different situations. People are already asking, I'm 48, I've got this much money, what do I do? I'm 54, I've got this much money, what do I do? Well, so we just want to give some examples.
Why don't you guys do this then? Just put down, where are you right now? What's your income level, middle class, and what's your net worth level? Where do you identify yourself right now? You're going to categorize 2 things. You could be rich, making $500,000 a year, and be lower middle class on assets. So here's Charles, upper middle, lower middle. I guess Sama is middle class, but you have to do 2 of them. Okay, Michael says I'm rich. Okay, in both? Okay, in both. You need 2 classes here. You're going to be upper middle and then poverty, says Kevin. Exactly. Guys, if you don't know where you are, okay, if you don't know your shoulder's broken, you're going to wonder, like, why is my shoulder not working? Because it's broken, bro. If you don't know you're an alcoholic, you're going to keep drinking, right? If you don't know you have poverty, if you're calling yourself rich, but you're actually in poverty, Mike Tyson was earning $40 million a year and spending 70. Okay, like he didn't know he was on his way to bankruptcy. So let's see. Harry says I'm a middle class income and I have 0 assets. Good. He doesn't want to say poverty. Nobody wants to say that word. Dude, you guys got to embrace the shit. Okay, like you got to
poverty. Brian, poverty times 2, 80 or 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So let me show you what we can do here. I could be here, upper middle class, and have no assets. I was making $30,000 a year when I was 28 years old. I'm sorry, I was making $100,000 a year when I was 28 years old. I was rich in income. I lived in Lake Charles, Louisiana, by the way. This scale changed then. If you were earning 100 grand 40 years ago, you were rich. 100 grand a year was rich, believe it or not, okay? But I had no assets. I had a little bit of cash in the bank, but no assets. So I was rich, but I was lower middle class on assets. I could move myself up the band. The goal is to move yourself up here and actually move yourself down in income. Okay, the ultimate goal is to have no income and to move yourself up on the net assets. It's to move this way, not the other way. I really don't want income. At the top of the food chain, these people don't have money coming in here. They don't have money they're earning. They're trying to use assets to create money that they need for living, okay? Now, I'm gonna give you an example. This is a girl, Sarah, she's 42 years old, okay? Sarah has income. I'm giving you a situation. She earns $75,000 a year. She saves $18,000. She saves almost 20% of her income, a little more than 20% of her income, and she contributes to a 401k. She is considered upper middle class or middle class on her income, but lower middle class because she has no assets except for this 401k that she cannot get to for 30 years, by the way. No, she won't be able to get to it for 35 years. Okay? So we don't even know what that money will be worth in 35 years. Now, what are we going to do with her? Okay, she's comfortable in retirement. Comfortable retirement is possible with 25, but is now possible with 25 years. Hey guys, that was supposed to change. Jared was supposed to tell you this is supposed to be the goals right here. Okay, Jared, this was supposed to be goals down here, not result. Okay, she's in trouble here. Remember, that was supposed to be the goal. Okay, what we want to do with her is I want to move her. I want to move down there. It says result. It's supposed to be goals.
Okay.
Okay, the goal, what is the goal? The goal is to move her up into the upper middle class. Everybody should be. Your goal should be to create assets. I do not need Sarah to earn more income in order for her to create more assets. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to take that $15,000 that she's earning right now, and I'm going to get her into a vehicle that earns 20% a year to move her over the next 20 years into $8.7 million and put her, see what I did? I left her in the middle class in earnings and moved her net worth to $8.7 million. Now, you're asking me like, dude, where can you earn 20%, okay? There's not an investment that I'm in today that doesn't earn at least mid to high 20% a year. I don't invest in things that just earn 6%, okay? Our real estate portfolio cash flows at 7%, but the returns are 15 to 25% a year, and some of them into infinite land, okay? So we look for real estate projects that do 6 or 7% cash flow, but should hit an internal rate of return of 15 to 25% is what we project with the goal to go to infinite return because of the length of time we own those assets. So we can do that with Sarah, but Sarah cannot be tricked by a financial planner any longer. She would go to a financial planner and say, hey, I have to have 20% returns. The financial planners hate talking about that, by the way. They don't want to look at this. They'll get fired to put you into these deals because Fidelity and Merrill Lynch or Schwab, they want you to be in like a 6% return so that you don't see the big fluctuations. And so they're going to take and spread you or what's called diversification. You cannot get rich if you diversify. You can only get rich by compounding money. Every 5 years we get a double. Okay, and that's what you're really looking for. How do I get to those kind of returns? Well, what can do that? Well, there's a lot of investments that can do that. But if you're not looking for a 20% return, you will not get a 20% return. So if they want to put you into one of these funds, the ETFs, like, oh, it's going to earn 6 or 7 or 8% a year, you're like, I'm not looking for 8s. I'm looking for 20s, and I don't want to lose my money, okay? All right, that's Sarah's plan. We can move her from middle class, we can leave her in the middle class, and we can literally move her net worth into the upper middle class. Okay, here's Michael. Michael's a doctor. It's very, what percentage of our audience did you say was earning 500 grand? You told me yesterday.
Probably 3%.
No, yesterday you told me how many people signed up for this.
Yeah, 900 out of 23,000.
900 people out of 23,000 earned how much?
Over 500 grand a year.
$500,000 a year. Okay, this is you. This is the doctor. He's got 400 grand a year. He saves about.
He's got 125,000 in savings.
Oh, he's already got 125,000. He's already banked 125,000 in savings. So where's he at on the triangle? Okay, well, on the triangle he would be $125,000 in savings. He's going to be, what class is that? I can't quite see it from here.
Middle class net worth.
Middle class.
Financial independence income.
Yeah. So he's high on the income, and low middle class, not counting inflation, by the way, okay, when it comes to his assets. So what do we do with him, okay? Again, this would be the goal, not the result. The goal would be reduce your tax bill to 0. I got a guy earning 400 grand a year. It's all earned income. He's probably paying $160,000. I want to get that to 0. I want to zero out his tax bill. Very simple to do this, okay? I'm going to move this to 0. That saves him $160,000 a year. He's going to invest this and buy a $520,000 investment that's going to provide him with a $200,000 deduction every year that he does this. He's going to repeat this year after year, by the way. In 10 years, this guy will have $5 million worth of investments if he just does this every year, not pay any taxes, get depreciation every year, okay? And at the end of 10 years, he will have $5 million times 0.06, paying him 300 grand a year, almost what he earns. His earned income will still be 400. His passive income will be 300. He'll have $50 million worth of assets. I'm sorry, $5 million worth of assets growing, and he doesn't have a tax bill, okay? He's going to get his wife to become a professional real estate investor so he can reduce his tax bill to 0. That tax bill right there saves him $160 a year, which is more money each year than he has in his savings account. And in the next 10 years, what will happen with this gentleman, at 20% returns and only 80,000, not the 160, only half of this, okay, he will go from being a, what's he going to be worth here? Again, please make a note on this. I changed it. We had a conversation about it. So I'll get this, huh?
What do you mean? Go back.
Yeah.
Hit the top. This is exactly what you said.
Okay, this guy at 80,000 a year, 20% returns would be worth $78 million.
At 67.
At 67 years old. And he doesn't earn any more income than he used to earn. In fact, did that go down? Income? What's that income right there? Is that an M?
Yeah,
okay.
That's incorrect, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's in my computer. I guess y'all didn't look at my computer. Okay. So his income's going to be 400 grand a year. And we're going to move this guy because of just a couple of things that we did different. You're like, where can you earn 20%? But there's plenty of places to earn 20%. You just got to go look for it. All right. Jennifer's 54 years old. She earns $55,000 a year. No. She saves $7 grand a month. Okay. She is in the lower middle class on income. She is in poverty on her assets. She's a middle class worker, 54. She started late in life. What does she do? Okay. Our job is to move her from the upper middle class into wealth.
From poverty to the upper middle class.
Yeah, want to move her from the poverty, net worth, into the upper middle class. What does she do? She takes $11,000 of her $55,000 a year. I think she's earning
20%, yeah.
20%. She dumps all of it into an investment plan that earns 15 or 20% a year. That'll equal $533,000, and we'll move her now firmly into the upper middle class. Now, the fact that she started so late is not good, but here's the good news. I started when I was 54 years old. And that's why I love Jennifer so much, okay? I started at 54, and I did not have, at that time, I was $50 million in debt, 50 million, and I had probably 200 units. I had 200 units at the time. I had a little business that was making $3 million a year. $3 million a year, 200 units, but that was just cash flow. I couldn't sell them. I couldn't get any money out of them. And I had $50 million worth in debt, almost into bankruptcy. Okay? My entire net worth, do you guys have the green, the arrow? You know where that is?
Yes, sir. We're going to look for it now.
Show those
Revenue chart?
the asset accumulation over since 54. The net worth.
The Cardone capital graph.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Okay, the Smiths, a dual income couple, okay? They're earning 140. We've worked with all these people, by the way. I've worked with tons of people just like Jason and Ashley, okay? 32 and 30 years old, millennials. I guess those are millennials,
Yeah.
right? Okay. They earn $140,000 a year. They save $45,000. They're in the upper middle class, but they're in the lower middle class when it comes to their net worth, okay? What's their goal? Is to move them into the 10X wealthy, okay? What do we want to do here? We want to reduce their tax bill. They're paying a lot in taxes, probably $80,000. I want to convert that money into a portion of that money into investing. 28 grand a year for how many years? 20?
Until they're 67, so that would be 30 to 35 years.
Uh-huh. Is that what you did? You figured it to 67? Mm-hmm. Okay. And the Smiths would have $82 million. I want the model, okay? All of you guys should have this. You guys should have this on your refrigerator. Where am I going, okay? Now, they're gonna show you a graph that I used, okay? I used real estate as my vehicle. I used my main business, my education business, my event business, my book business, and real estate to replace my earned income. I used the real estate to replace my earned income. You can only write so many best-selling books. And since the age of 54, which is what year would that be? 54, 67, 13 years. Just go back to what? 25, 12. Go back to 12. Okay, I'm only worth at that time, what is that number down there, Jared?
500 units. It says 500 units.
Yeah, but before that, I dumped all that stuff out. But anyway, what is...
You had 95 million in...
2008. What's 2008? What's it say on 2008? I can't see it, guys. Yeah.
It just says 500 units. So you went from 2,000 units at 95 million.
The net worth's over there on the left-hand side, man. It's just under 100. Yeah, it's under $100 million, okay? But that does not count the debt. Okay, so I got debt, I got problems. I'm almost in bankruptcy in 2008. This is not my net worth. This is the accumulation of assets. They're not showing you the right graph, but that's fine. Okay, don't worry about it. The net worth graph would be like I'm probably worth $3 or $4 million at the time, and now today we have, there's a net worth of probably how many times?
Well, the real estate's 5.5 billion.
1.7 divided by. Just to show you guys how fast this could go when you focus, divided by 3 million. Yeah, it's 56x. Okay, 56 times I've grown my net worth. My income I'm less worried about, okay? The difference between investing, if you look at this chart right here, I'm gonna show you, the difference between investing $100,000 that grows at 6% versus 15%, listen to this. When you guys go to your financial planner, if you have one, most people don't, by the way. 83% of all millionaires have a personal financial planner. Highly recommend you guys get one. Highly recommend you get an LLC. We'll be talking about a way to reduce your tax code, okay? I strongly recommend you guys learn how to beat the IRS. I'm going to show you today. We're going to give you some tools and an opportunity for you to get those three things to where you can reduce the tax, get an LLC, okay, to actually shield yourself from taxes and start benefiting your family. And number three, create a financial plan. Most of these families have one. The difference between when you go to a financial planner and they're trying to put you in one of these sixes, the difference between a 6 and a 15% return over 30 years is only $5 million, in case I have your attention. That is the difference between you finding somebody that can put you in a 6% return and something that could do 15, 20, 25, or 30%. What's that one deal that you did with me? What's that return you?
So the Harbor Breeze deal has given me, it's infinite returns right now. I've gotten, I put 150 grand into the deal.
Okay, and what did it pay you the first year?
$2,000 a month.
Okay, $24,000 a year. What is that return? 24 divided by 150
18%.
equals 16%. He's earning 16%. I'm already at the 15% mark. But that wasn't the good part of the deal. So you guys that people tell you can't earn 16%. No, that's not true. It's bullshit, okay? It's not true that you can't because we do it all the time. I've done it 50 times. 50 times on 50 different projects. Some of them only pay me 3% while I'm owning it. I have deals that only pay me 3 or 4%, but we think we're gonna make 100% of our money by the time we sell it or refinance it. So it's not true. The first thing that happened right here is, what did I do? 2 years after we bought it.
Refinanced it, I got 90 grand back.
He got $90,000 back. Returned to him, he only has $60,000 in the project, and it still cash flowed and paid him
$24,000 a year.
$24,000 a year. Now he's earning, by the way, $24,000 on 60 grand. Now he's earning 40% a year, and he got 90 grand of his money back. Boom, I give him 90 grand. What does he do with the 90 grand? Non-taxable event, pays 0 taxes by law, pays no taxes, takes the 90 grand and goes and invests in another deal that got him $360,000 asset. He's building up his assets and keeping his passive income, okay? Now, a couple years goes by, what did I do?
Refinanced it again.
What did I give you?
400 grand.
I gave him $400,000 back. He is now up $340,000, new money, non-taxable event. Guess what he's going to do? He's going to go buy a $1.2 million asset with me. He's got a 360,000. That's 360, 1.2. He's got 1.5 million plus what he bought originally with me. Okay, and both of these are going to cash flow too. None of this is a tax event, by the way. Now, what happened just recently? Or do you even know yet?
Yeah, no, so 2 deals.
One deal. Let's just stay on this one deal.
Okay, so
The same deal, we still own this deal. We got a golden goose, and we didn't chop his head off. And we didn't sell the golden goose. What we're doing is taking eggs from the goose and reinvesting the eggs to get more golden gooses. Okay, same deal, we did one deal, one decision, one time, and we're getting it to cook.
So the first refinance happened after about a year. The second refinance happened about 4.5 years after that. And then we're about to refinance.
No, we did it last week. Ryan didn't tell you?
Harbor?
Yeah. I got the money last week. I just hadn't distributed yet.
Yeah. I haven't
He didn't tell you what it was?
No. I mean, I would think it's probably going to be 600 grand or 700 grand or something like that.
Your portion?
Yeah.
Okay. He's going to get another 600 grand. Okay. Now, we still own the asset, and this is a non-taxable event. Okay. The one before that, 400 grand, non-taxable event. The one before that, what was it, Jared?
90,000.
90,000. Okay. 90, 400. Is that 400 or 360 or something?
It's 1,090,000.
360, yeah. This was 360, right? You started with 600. No, that's what you're getting now, okay?
Yeah.
This is going backwards. The first time, the second time, the third time. He's gotten 1 million, whatever that is.
$1,050,000.
$50,000. Back, and how much did you invest originally?
150,000.
150,000. He got his 150 back plus 1 million, and he still owns the asset, and it still cash flows. You understand what I'm saying?
$24,000 a year,
now,
yeah.
if he'd have bought a stock, if he'd have bought NVIDIA, just go back to 2012,
yeah.
NVIDIA stock in 2012. Because this doesn't have to be real estate. It could have been gold.
In 2012, their stock closed at 28 cents.
Okay, $150,000 divided by 28 cents. He would have bought 535,000 shares of NVIDIA. What did it pay you? What's it worth today?
167.
Okay, he would have $89 million. Much better investment than this, but he would not have had the cash flow. And he needed cash flow. He needed the cash flow. And he'd have $89 million, and all he's doing is holding on to a piece of paper the whole time.
But the good thing about real estate is it's easier to find a deal that's going to do that than it is to find an NVIDIA.
Well, he's got to find one deal out of 5,000 deals to do that. Mm-hmm. But I had to find one piece of real estate that would do this too.
Third or fourth deal was Port St. Lucie. We just got our refinance back on that. So far to date, that deal has paid.
Okay, what'd you put at Port St. Lucie?
I put $100,000 in.
$100,000 in. He went to zero. By the way, he had cash, $100,000. He put it in here. He now has no money. But what he did have was, that thing earns $12,000 a year.
Yep.
It earned $12,000 a year. How long did you have it? 9 years.
Yep.
9 years. It paid them $108,000.
Then we just refinanced it.
Refinanced it, okay, and it gave you how much back?
$287,500.
$287,000. That's a 2.87. It's a 287% return. Okay, $100,000 becomes 287. And do you still own the asset?
Yes.
And he still has his percentage in the asset, and it will continue to cash flow. Okay, now why am I telling you all this? This is not a real estate pitch. It's certainly not an NVIDIA pitch. I'm telling you, you need to target 15 to 20% returns. You need to look for things that have a 15 to 20% return annually. It has cash flow, and it has big tax write-offs. I'm not here to talk you into anything except one thing, folks. Get wealthy. Create wealth for you and your family. You do not need to go back to college to do this. You do not need to have an engineering degree. You do not need to earn a bunch of income, by the way, to do this. You need to commit to having wealth for yourself and your family. Will it cost you something? Yes, mostly choices. Okay, rather than Jared buying $100,000, putting $100,000 into a house, he rented in Miami and used the money to create income for him and his family. Okay, we've been here 90 minutes. You guys want me to go a little longer? Let me know if you want me to go a little longer. If you've had enough, let me know. And I can end off right now because I didn't get a lot covered, but I at least got you guys started. Okay. There's enough people that say go a little longer. Okay, I'm gonna go a little longer. Let me see what I got. Okay, let's see if we got anything else. Okay, financial advice. The financial advice that's keeping you broke. I think this is in their book. Give me some hearts. Give me some love. Come on, man. It's a weekend afternoon, and we're here supporting you, giving you this. The government's not going to do it for you. Trump's not going to do it. Biden's not going to do it. Nobody's going to teach you guys how to create wealth for yourself. Your financial planners had plenty of time. Your mom and your dad, hey, come on, let's keep it real. They got you where you at. That kind of thinking's got you where you at. And this is what's keeping you broke, okay? Number one, save for a rainy day. Borrow for college, buy a house, invest in 401ks, diversify your investments, all debt is bad debt, and a 90-day emergency plan, Mr. Dave Ramsey. Death and taxes, this idea that you got to die and you got to pay taxes, all this thinking is keeping you broke. You don't know if you've lived before or not because you can't remember. And I can prove that to you because you can't tell me whether you've been anywhere or not. Most of you can't even remember what you ate for breakfast yesterday. You can't even tell me what you paid in taxes. You can't tell me where your money's at. You can't tell me what your balance is. So don't tell me you know you're going to heaven or hell. And if I'm going to either one of them, I want to go with some bank. Okay? They say you can't bring it with you. I can bring the success with me. Okay? Hey, man, I helped a lot of people. Right? Now, I don't know if I live or die again, but I do know this. I don't have to pay taxes. You guys can all figure this out. A lot of people are doing it and not going to jail. Okay, these are called finance facts. The system is rigged. I'm probably not the first person to tell you that. It is rigged, okay? 2, the tax code favors the wealthy. You got to be wealthy, or you got to have a wealthy mentality. Jared had a wealthy mentality before Jared was wealthy. He moved himself without moving his income up into the higher bands. He actually continued to lower his savings account in order to create an investment account. Okay? Money would come in. This is Jared. Okay, at the time. You got an early picture of Jared? Can y'all find an early picture?
Oh, my God.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. We got a good one.
Income, yeah, got a really good one, right?
Sons of
Income
bitches.
comes in. Okay, wait till you see this picture, okay? Income comes in, he gets 100 grand, and what he did, rather than spending the 100, he made an investment of 100.
Well, and just for some
And went to zero.
Just for some context, so at the time when I started making money because I got committed to increasing my income because I did the math and I'm like, I don't make enough money to get where I want to go. So I poured everything into learning skills so that I could be more productive in the marketplace and make more money. And when I started making more money, I was like, man, I want to start investing because that's going to be the thing that gets me to my goal. And so I'm 30 years old, 31 years old, 32 years old, 33 years old. I live in Miami. Okay, everybody's flashing around. Everybody online's buying Lamborghinis. Like I was writing $200,000 checks, $400,000 checks, $600,000 checks, investing in assets while everybody else around me was buying cars and watches and other stupid shit.
He's got no money. He gets some money. He goes back to no money. But what he added was assets. Okay, so. He came to the game with no money. Everybody comes to the game the same way, folks. Everybody comes to the game with the same money. Scarlett and Sabrina, born in no money. They don't have any money, okay? Now, they earn some money. Now, what are they going to do with it? Most people just go back to zero again. They go to zero because they spend it, or they go to zero because they invested it. Jared went to zero as cause point. I'm the cause, the source, the decision maker to go to zero and collected an asset. Not a bracelet. For some of you guys, y'all get a little bit of money, man. First thing you do is bang, you go buy some shoes. You go on a vacation. You go to dinner, okay? I'm going to show you how to move all this money so you quit doing stupid stuff. And admit it, if you've ever done something stupid with money, put, I did it. Okay, I did it. And then some of you need to put, I did it more than once. And then some of you need to do, I did it. And do it and keep doing it. Oh, look at Jared. Goddamn, Jared. That's not even a good picture, man.
No, that's a much
that's
better
a good
picture than what I thought you guys were gonna pull.
You thought the one jumped over the desk or something, huh?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
okay, all right. And it's fuzzy too. Okay, good. The tax code favors the wealthy, okay? W-2 employees are punished. 3, rewards go to businesses and investors. If you want to be rewarded, get a business and become an investor. You don't have to be the business owner, by the way, to get a business. I'm going to show you how to do that today with an LLC. Wall Street insiders are getting rich, okay? I'm not talking about the banks. I'm talking about Wall Street insiders, people inside a deal. Banks lend you your savings. They're lending your savings. You're saving money and they're lending it to me. They're giving me the money. 7, inflation robs the consumer and benefits the investor. Listen to me. Inflation is not a bad thing. Inflation is a good thing if you're an investor. It's a terrible thing if you're a consumer. All right? And number 8, retirement plans will make Wall Street trillion-dollar companies and they'll make you broke. You'll just be a slave for the rest of your life. Okay, if I can use the slave word. Okay, now the wealthy rules. Notice all these 5 guys laughing their asses off. Steve Ballmer, Bill Gates. Steve worked for Bill, by the way. He was the 8th in charge at Microsoft. He doesn't even work there anymore. He's richer than Bill is. Bill was the boss. Steve was the 8th employee there. And Steve Ballmer's worth more money than Bill Gates is today. You got Mark over there at $170 billion. You got Mike Bloomberg there. You got one of the Sergio brothers from Google. Okay? These people focused on income creation using the 95-5 rule. The 95-5 rule is 95% income. You could even stretch this to 98 and 2. Like spend all your time on income and don't even worry about your expenses. I'm going to show you how to handle your expenses so they're never a problem again today, okay? Master the tax game. They prioritize their expense management using a little scale 1 to 5. I'll show you that in a second. Number 4, start an LLC, business or a trust. All these guys have this. Number 5, they invest excess cash into investments. Loaded up. Heavily loaded, okay? Very little diversification on the way up. On the way up, they did not diversify. Bill Gates in the beginning had one investment. Mark Zuckerberg, one investment. Okay, Sergio Brin, one investment. Okay, Apple, Steve Jobs at Apple, 2 investments in his entire career. Warren Buffett made all his money on his first stock. He didn't have 2 stocks. There was not 3, 4, 5. There was no Berkshire Hathaway. There was no 50 investments. By the way, even Berkshire today, what's Berkshire A and B worth? He's got $150 billion in cash, $150 billion in net worth. Okay.
257 billion in AUM.
And 60% of all their assets are in. Look and see what their diversification is. I think most of it's in 3 or 4 stocks. Invest in assets, not lifestyles. None of these guys were buying lifestyle. You guys see these people driving around in the Rolls, in the Bentley, and wearing the 7 watches.
Top 5 are Apple, American Express,
What
Bank
percentage?
of America.
What percentage of those? Okay. And these people start a family office, okay? Here's the
22% in Apple, 18% in Amex. 11% Bank of America.
51% of all of Berkshire's in 3
11%
stocks.
in Coca-Cola.
60% in 4 stocks. Okay, they're not diversified at all. The richest man in the world, Elon Musk. Tesla, he has 5 investments. Tesla, SpaceX, Boring, Neuralink,
X.
and X. That's just 5 investments, all of which he controls. He's an insider, okay? By the way, he's got a family office. He invests in assets, not a lifestyle. He doesn't wear fancy clothes, okay? He takes all excess cash and reinvests into the investments. When he sold PayPal, he walked away with $187 million and invested every single penny and rented. This is what the wealthy are doing. While the rest of the country is buying houses and cars and shoes, okay? So number 7 and 8, all of you need to get a family office. You need a family office. In the beginning, maybe you can't afford a family office, okay? We're gonna show you a way to get one of these. A family office is basically, you just wanna look up the definition, Jared, okay, so we can tell them what it is exactly. And you need a wealth plan, okay? And you're gonna need an LLC, and you're gonna need tax advice.
A family office is a private wealth management firm that handles the comprehensive financial and lifestyle needs of affluent families, providing services beyond traditional financial advice, such as investment management, estate planning, tax coordination, philanthropy, family governance to ensure wealth preservation and multi-generational success.
Now, what's the problem with that? The problem with that is J.P. Morgan, Merrill Lynch, look up the top 5 family offices, okay? These family offices, what happens is they typically, I'm talking to a guy right now, they manage $580 billion.
Largest family offices are the Walton Enterprises, Cascade Investments, Bezos Expeditions, Pontagata.
Yeah. So Bezos Expeditions, whose family office do you think that is? Bezos. It's one family. It's Jeff's family, okay? So you guys need a family office, okay? You need to replicate and duplicate what wealthy people do. Now, what happens is today, the big family offices do not support middle-class money. So what we're gonna do here at Cardone Enterprises is we're gonna get into the space and provide you with family office support, wealth plan support, LLC support, and tax advice support. How many of you would like to get advice directly from me about how I would do money to get from where you are right now to where you want to be? Good. We're going to give you an opportunity to do that, okay? Look, at 27 years old, I was broke. I worked for somebody else. I had my net worth was 0. I was making $65,000 a year. I had no net worth, okay? I had no discipline in my life. I saved money. It said no discipline at all. I did have a little bit of discipline though, man. But I didn't have a plan, okay? Today, 40 years later, without having connections and banks and, today I'm an investor, own multiple businesses. I'm very disciplined, okay? And the only thing that changed was the zeros. I had a 0, 1 0. If you can get 1 0, you can get 10. All right, facts about taxes. This is where the game starts right here, folks, okay? The first thing you have to do is not earn more income. The first thing you have to do is reduce your taxes. Now, obviously, if you're only earning $15,000 a year, you need more money because you're not paying any taxes. If you're earning 15 grand a year, you're probably paying 10%, $1,500 a year in taxes, which even that you need to get rid of. Okay? So, number one, 93% of
Business owners.
Overpay taxes. You want to write this down. 78% of Americans overpay their taxes. And I would think that number's probably short.
If you get a refund,
you overpay your
overpay.
taxes. Okay? A refund is not a good thing. A refund is you're stupid. So if you got a refund last year, you're stupid. You should have had 9 exemptions, and you probably wouldn't have got a refund so big. If you got a refund, though, you're not being aggressive enough in your tax preparation because whoever gave you your tax advice probably said, oh, you need to overpay a little bit so you don't get a penalty.
your CPA files a return. They're not offering you tax strategy. Like a lot of you think you're like, oh, my CPA does this. Their job is not to figure out all the different ways that you can save money in taxes. Like they're not the legal person.
They're signing off on
They're
your
not
tax.
the strategy person. They're literally filing a return for you. A CPA is a glorified paper pusher.
Overpaid historian. Okay? Tax code, 80,000 pages long. 90% of tax codes are based on deductions. Did you guys know that? 90% of the 80,000 pages, 72,000 pages are based on the deductions. Average business owner overpays their taxes by $1,000 a month, almost $12,000 a year. 6, LLCs rate 25% less than a W-2, okay? So imagine if your W-2 last year was 100,000, and you're a W-2, okay, you could have saved $25,000 simply by becoming an LLC would cut your tax rate. So let's say you had to pay $5,000 to get an LLC. You had to spend $5,000 a year to save $25,000. Would you do that? By the way, this would also be tax deductible. Okay, ordinary versus passive income. Jared's income, let's say Jared earns $10,000 a month.
25.
Okay.
From passive?
No,
Okay.
I'm just using, and $10,000 in passive. Think about the audience sometimes, man.
Well, you said Jared.
$10,000, Jared, I'm talking about Jared.
Okay.
Okay.
Different Jared.
He's going to pay $4,000 for federal a month. And over here, he's probably going to pay nothing. The first 5 years, he's going to pay nothing on that passive income. There's a way to get that passive income to not even be paying at capital gains, which is like 20%. Even at 20%, he's saving $2,000 a month. $25,000 a year. For 20 years is $500,000. Invested is another $5 million, okay? Capital gains versus ordinary gains, okay? So what did billionaires pay last year? Okay, it's impossible for me to see this, okay? There you go, thank you. Michael Bloomberg, Steve Ballmer, Larry Page, and Mark Zuckerberg. There's 2 different tax codes you guys should be looking at. The effective tax rate on income and another one on assets. And your financial planner's not talking to you about this, okay? Now, while Bill Gates paid probably approximately $2.8 billion, bigger again, $2.8 billion, no, the way you had it, $2.8 billion, it looks like he paid 18%. I don't believe that number personally, okay? But effective tax rate on his wealth growth was 10%. I think that's too high too. Yeah, Bill Gates, there's no way that's right. See, guys, when you guys look at this, right, Bill Gates is evil. We all know it, okay? There's no way he's paying those kind of taxes. So notice these other 4 dudes. These other 4 dudes are paying less than 4% on their effective wealth growth. Back to the image. Yeah. Michael Bloomberg, come in here. I want you guys to see what I see, okay? The reason why I want you to keep it here. Michael Bloomberg, $2 billion last year, 4%. Just come see what I see, okay? When you go back from that, see, because if you go back to the other image, back to me. See, I can't see it up there. I don't know if y'all can from there.
When you go to the full screen, he can't see what he's talking through.
Yeah.
So you got to show the full slide. Yeah. There's
Just
a lot
for
of,
me.
when
Just
there's a
for
lot
me.
of text.
It's really for me.
But that's
or I got to get glasses, one of the two. Okay. Steve Ballmer, $1 billion a year. Larry Page, $990 million a year. $990 million in taxes, man. Can you imagine? Dude, I couldn't even imagine paying $1 billion a year. Mark Zuckerberg, $652 million a year in taxes.
Income.
Oh, in income.
Yeah.
That's what he paid in income.
That's his income, yeah.
Okay. What's he worth?
Zuckerberg?
Yeah.
180
billion.
yeah.
So it's not any money. Like, it's not money, right? So 650 million.
I'm sorry, 252 billion.
650 divided by 250. I mean, he's paying less than 3%. Okay. Pay less in taxes, folks. There's 250 deductions in the IRS tax code. You should know all of them, okay? I'm going to give you 67 of them. I'm going to provide you with 67 of them for those of you who are serious and committed. I'm going to show you 67 different tax exemptions that you can make. One of which would start with moving to an LLC, okay? Okay, I'm going to show you an example here. Let's say we got Sabrina. Let me not use Sabrina. We got Samantha. And Samantha earns $460,000 a year in earned income, okay? Do they have this page in their book?
No.
Impossible for me to see it, okay? You see what I'm saying? You know, okay? We're going to get her an LLC, and we're going to pass through the 460 into this LLC over here. And I'm going to show you the difference of some of the games that I can play to reduce her AGI, or taxable income. She's probably going to be at 440, 445, Jared. She gets some exemptions here, right? In there, $15,000 or so of exemptions? Yeah. Okay.
Not right now.
So her tax bill is going to be on that number. What I'm going to do over here with this LLC, I'm just going to tell you a couple tricks off the top of my head that I'm going to do right here, okay? First thing I'm going to do is I'm probably going to I'm going to get a standard deduction just like she got of $15,000. Then I'm going to hire both my kids to work for me for $60,000 a year. How much of that, how much is tax deductible? What is it?
$15,000 per.
$15,000 per kid, that's 30 grand that won't be taxed. The other 30 grand is going to be taxed at 10%. So I'm going to pay $3,000 a kid to write off $60,000. I could write them 80, I could write them 90, I could write them 100 if I wanted to. You guys just got to get your kids to work for you. Quit giving your kids allowances and start putting your kids on payroll. Because I'm going to reduce my tax bill by whatever I pay them here. If I paid them 100, I would reduce this by 100, okay? Now, what I'm going to do right here, what's the employee tax on this, Jared? Right there.
No, it's health insurance, car, business write-offs.
Oh yeah, I got a car. I could go grab a car over 6,000 pounds and write that off for 50 grand. What else do I have in here?
Health insurance, 18,000. Car,
Yeah.
25,000. Business write-offs, 80,000.
Yeah, again. I'm going to get write-offs. I'm making some of this up. I'm going to get write-offs of 80,000. Maybe I got a lease on an office, or maybe I just took my house and I wrote part of my house off, or my office house, and I'm going to reduce my tax bill here to $142,000. My federal income is going to drop to $22,000 a year from $127,000 a year, and you can see what I'm doing right here. I'm beating the tax code, okay? I'm going from 32% to 7%. How many of you would want to know how to do that with your own life? Okay? Simple. It is so simple to do this, but you got to be committed. How do you deduct health insurance? If you're an LLC, not a person, not an individual W-2, you get to write off your health insurance. Okay? All right. Spend.
Hang on one sec.
Yeah.
Go back to Grant, guys. I want you to go over a couple ways. I want you to go over a couple ways right now.
Couple of ways.
Well, because everybody's asking like, what are the things I can do to pay less in taxes? So you want to just give them like a few things you could do?
Yeah, sure. You can max out your exemptions to nine exemptions. I have 2 kids and a wife that depend on me. I still check off 9 exemptions. I've been checking off 9 exemptions since I was 25 years old. I'm like, how many exemptions can I take? I did not turn, this is back to what Jared said, I didn't turn my shit over to an accountant that's making 80 grand a year. I want to be worth $1 billion. I don't turn it over to somebody that earns 80,000 a year. And I wouldn't turn it over to anybody without my understanding. Even when I go to a financial planner or a lawyer, I go to Wall Street and talk to Wall Street about how to take my company public. I need to be educated on the way in that door, understanding I'm the guy that's going to make this happen, not them. Okay? So one, I'm going to max out. Second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up an LLC. I had an LLC when I worked for Tom Stuker or Collins Toyota or Collins Pontiac. I had a separate LLC, went to multi-level marketing meetings so I could write off my bullshit. I never planned on making any money from the MLM. Now, that being said, it cannot be set up as a hobby. If it's a hobby, they're going to exclude it as a tax deduction. Mm-hmm. So I actively went into these MLM meetings. I'm selling Toyotas and Pontiacs, and I'm selling them cars because there was a big audience of people there. There's 40 and 50 people in the meeting. All of them, I noticed, drove a car. I happened to be selling cars. Rather than selling their soap, it was for New Skin.
Yeah.
New Skin was on fire. Big groups of people all over the country were gathering together. I'm like, I joined. I think it cost me $78 to join. I had to buy some lotions. Still look good today. Okay, and then I would just stay in there and use that to start writing off my car, start writing off my time, start writing off my meals, start writing off my office, writing off a printer, and doing smart stuff.
The game is to have is through an LLC that you have some commercial.
Then you can employ your kids.
Growing.
Okay.
You can actually start taking personal expenses and running them through the LLC.
I could employ my kids. I could actually employ my kids and then homeschool my kids and hire a nanny as an. I'm not giving you guys tax advice, so don't use me to defend your shit when you go to get some kind of audit. I could homeschool my kids, hire that person as an assistant to my business, and have them homeschool my kids part of the time and write that off. I could take my 2-bedroom apartment that I lived in, add a unit. I did that, by the way. I had 2 bedrooms, added a 3rd one, counted it as an office, put a door there, put office on it, only for business. I literally stamped it, took pictures of it. You don't have to do this today since COVID. You don't have to worry about this. But back then you had to, okay? You had to, typically what you had to do is you had to have a separate door that only people could come to because everybody was using the home office thing. So they said you have to have a door that can only be accessed from the outside of the property. Well, since COVID, they changed all that because people were having to work from home. Okay, printer went in there, copier went in there, any tools I needed, suits that I bought. I would buy 3 suits. I'd buy 5 suits, 2 for personal, 3 for business. And they would literally sit in the closet in that room. I'd take pictures of it in case I ever got audited so I could write those suits off as uniforms, not as personal wear. Notice this right here, 10X on my shirt. This is a tax deduction, folks, okay? See this jersey right here because it's got my name on it? We paid $80 for this. Freaking looks good too. I banged 10X on it over here. I put Cardone right here. This is a uniform. This is a tax deduction, okay? I could, number 4, okay, buy investment real estate rather than a house. Rather than buying a house, I went and bought, 28 years old, I went and bought an investment property. I bought an investment property, it was $80,000. Check this out. I put $3,000 down, and my deduction on that in year 1 was $32,000. I didn't even know what I was doing. I put $3 grand down and got a $32,000 tax write-off. What does that do? It reduces my tax bill, okay? I could employ the Augusta rule for you guys that own homes. I did this the last 4 years. It's called the Augusta rule, okay? I think 14 days a year. Yeah, you said 14, Jared?
Yep,
with no limit.
14 days,
no limit on the amount of money, by the way. I could take my house in Malibu and rent it to my partner, Brandon, or somebody else for 14 days. I could charge 20 grand a night if I could convince somebody to do that. Ringo Starr paid me that last year. Times 14 is 280,000 bucks. I can rent it for $280,000. Guess what my tax bill on that $280,000 is? Zero. For you guys that own a home, okay, you should rent it to someone and have that someone pay you money. Could be your mom and dad. Mom, dad. Let's say your mom and dad have worked a lot of money, but they can't give you money because it's not a gift tax anymore. Say, mom and dad, rent the house from me, okay? Whatever the number is, $10,000 a night, $5,000 a night, $4,000 a night, whatever, give me the money. It's no income to you. You pay no taxes on it. And they, if they were making a business trip to Malibu to go to a convention and maybe had meetings there in the house every day, maybe they can write it off and you don't pay income on it. Remember, your tax bill is the single biggest expense by 2 times of anything else that you pay for. Okay, what else could they do, Jared? Professional real estate investor. This is simple. What's the code, Jared? Section
469.
469. Section code 469 of the IRS code. If you or your spouse became a real estate investor full-time, 50%.
15 hours a week, yeah.
15 hours a week, or 50% of all your work time represented you investing, learning, working, managing real estate transactions other than your own. It can't be yours. You can't manage your own real estate and do this, okay? You get full deduction, okay, of all losses in all real estate investments against your earned income, okay? So if I have 400 grand a year coming in from earned income working for Facebook, and I bought a $1 million property that I was managing, and I had a $400,000 deduction on that, I would pay 0 in taxes that year because it offsets. Number 8, you could utilize tax code 179 for vehicles. Okay, this is 179. Anything over 6,000 pounds, you get to write off up to $25,000 a year. So what is that? That's a Navigator. Navigator, G-Wagon. A G-Wagon, 3 years, I write off the whole thing. No, not a G-Wagon.
I think a G-Wagon is.
Yeah, no, G-Wagon weighs enough. I know it weighs enough, but how many years would it take to write it off?
I think you can do 50% in the first year, and then it tails off after that.
Yeah, okay. Or you could do this. You could lease the vehicle, put it under your LLC, lease it. Watch this. You could pay $2,000 a month. Guess how much of that's deductible? If you use it for work, 100% of the time, 100% of the lease is deductible. Don't put any money down. Put all your money in an investment. Save all your money. Go no money down, 24 months on a lease. My wife has a car. It's for the business. It's only for the business, by the way. I gave it to her for Christmas as a gift. Okay? But she has to use it for the business. It was put in the business name. It's a Tesla S. It's a lease, no money down. I told Tesla, I'm not putting any money down. I won't give you a penny, okay? And I want a monthly payment for 24 months, and we're going to write off the entire thing because that's the only thing she uses it for. Literally, it sits in the garage. The insurance, the electric bill, all of it is tax deductible, okay? 100% bonus depreciation that Trump just brought back. Man, there's so many great things. The home office deduction that you could be using. All these things are different ways for you to reduce your tax bill, okay? So spend and invest to reduce your tax bill. You could buy a car or you could lease a car. You could do dinner with a spice. You could do dinner with your spouse, or you could take clients to dinner. Okay, one's an expense and the other is a deduction. You could take a vacation or you could go on a business trip. You could buy a house or you could buy an investment property. You could give kids an allowance, not tax deductible. You could pay your kids a salary. Now, if you pay your kids a salary, folks, there should be a contract, there should be an agreement, and there should be proof that your kids actually work in your office, okay? Not in your office, but work in your business. So my kids, I have plenty of validation that my kids work for me. You could buy clothes or you could buy uniforms. You could do a personal cell phone or you could do a business cell phone. Or by the way, I wonder why I got both, okay? I wonder why I have 2 credit cards rather than 1 when I don't need either one of them, okay? But I have 2 of them. Greenies for my personal and the blackies for my business. So when I go buy something for my personal, by the way, I use this very rarely. And when I use this, the blackie, it's for my business, all right?
Now, and you guys need to have somebody you're talking to about all this stuff. Like,
Yeah, this is
you
not-
need to get financial advice from a professional. These are just some of the things that Grant's done and how he structured it and things that I've done and I'm doing because I'm learning this stuff and I'm talking to professionals. I have a certified financial planner that I communicate with, but you just have to get the right information and you have to know the right question to ask in order to get the answer because they will not just give this stuff. They will not volunteer this stuff.
Dude, most of them don't know it. Listen, nobody's read the entire tax code, including myself. It's 80,000 pages. I guarantee you somebody earning an 80 grand a year or 200 grand a year did not read the whole thing. They did not read it all, okay? 1. 2, keep in mind that I'm an extremely aggressive human being, okay? I will press the tax code. I've been through 4 audits and won all 4 audits. That doesn't bother me. Some of you are much more conservative than I am when it comes to that. But, you know, you'll go put a tattoo on your arm or your face. See, you're much more aggressive when it comes to that. Jared is more aggressive at a blackjack table than I am. You are, bro. I've seen you, dude.
I start feeling it, dude.
Dude, he feels it. He's like, boom. I'm like, what are you doing, dude?
And bam, I won.
Okay.
Bro, that one time, that was fun.
That one time.
That one time.
Okay. So he's much more aggressive than I am. But now when it comes to the code, I'm aggressive because I kind of see how things play out. And I also know I can document things and support my case, okay? So again, Jared's telling you a good point. Get your own personal
advice.
Whatever you need.
Yeah.
Like I'm not giving you can't use today as
this isn't tax advice. This is just what he's done.
Like you go to court for an audit, you can't use today's education as your defense. Well, Grant Cardone told me. Okay, look, I've been using this Visa MasterCard. I use Visa MasterCard for my personal and American Express for my business. I've been doing it for years. Like I know and my team knows if it's greeny, it's personal. It rarely gets hit. It's just hit enough to show the IRS that I'm separating activities. But there's a tremendous amount of activities on my line, okay? So I'm gonna have like my business jet, okay? I'm gonna use it 99% of the time for business, and every once in a while, I'm gonna sprinkle a trip in there just so these people are lazy enough not to look, okay? Okay, 3rd bedroom for office space. By the way, IRS, if you're watching this right now, come check my shit out, okay? You've already been through all my paperwork. See, I can even tell people I'm doing this, and it's that legal. Okay, what's that last one? I can't remember.
On an LLC, Wealth Planner Family Office.
Wealth Planner Family Office.
Yeah.
Okay. What would that be? That would be a tax deduction. I'm going to Kansas City for a Wealth Family Office scheduled business meeting in Kansas City, Houston, Santa Monica, and New York. Guess what? All 4 of those trips, because of the purpose of those meetings being family office, will be tax deductible. Okay. Now, I'm gonna give you something right now. In fact, everybody, for any of you today, you see this little chart right here? For any of you today, I want to show this side first, Jared. I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
Pictures, bro. Pictures.
Okay.
What's more attractive, this or this, Jared? If you've never seen it before.
That.
Okay, help me out, folks. Which side is more attractive, the triangle or this side? Help me out. Thank you. Okay. All right. We're going to give everybody an opportunity today. In fact, the link, if you want to know what it is, grantcardone.com/builder. For the first 100 people that take advantage of this, we're going to provide you with an LLC setup, tax advice, one-on-one tax advice that will get you at least the cost of the grantcardone.com/builder savings. And the third thing I'm going to get you is this setup for you and your spouse and your family that's going to sit in your office, as well as our Money and Wealth Masterclass, which is 3 hours?
25.
25 hours?
25 hours.
25 hours of what I'm doing right now, not this, but 25 hours that we did with me either interviewing wealthy people about their finances, their money, their taxes, their benefits, their LLCs, their family office, and strategies that they're using, investments that they use. 25 hours. I'm going to give you all that. The website's grantcardone.com/builder. Without telling you any more than that, for the first 100 people that take advantage of that, I'm going to give you this to sit on your refrigerator, plus the Wealth Creation Formula book. I'm going to give those to you for free. And if you want, I'm going to give you a seat to our next wealth conference in Miami if you want to come to it. It's a $5,000 seat. I'm going to give you those three things. That's just for the first 100 people that take advantage of this opportunity today without me even telling you what it is, okay? And if you took advantage of it, if you want to take advantage of it, just put yes in the chat because I want to see who responds to it. I'm going to give you a shout out. GrantCardone.com/Steve, congratulations. Jordan, congratulations. For those guys that trust yourself, you trust me, and you want to commit to wealth in your lifetime, create tremendous amounts of wealth, I'm going to throw in those handful of things for the first 100 people. I only have so many seats at the wealth conference, so I can only give so many of those away. So if you want to take advantage of it, I'm going to give it to you. It's not part of the opportunity today, but I am going to do that for the first 100 people. Okay. Also, I'm going to give you a money back guarantee on that. If you don't save $1,997 in taxes in the first year, we'll give you your money back in full.
There's one qualifier.
I don't want to worry about that right now. Because what I want to do right now is I want to get to your household spending guide, because this little tool right here is going to save your ass. Okay? It's going to save your butt. Okay. It's called the household spending guide. Okay, this is broken into 5 categories. This is how we don't argue about money at my house. Okay, you're going to categorize everything. 1 is urgent. I must have this. It's urgent, it's necessary. By the way, it probably comes with a tax deduction. That'll move it up a level, by the way, if it doesn't. Okay, urgent could be I got to go to the hospital tonight. Urgent, I have to go. Okay, my heart's blowing up. I have to go to this isn't about money anymore. You have to do it or you die. Okay. Second, yes, we need this. There's a real need here. This is not a want category. This is a need. This is a 1 and a 2. Okay. This probably also could come. It would move it up if it was a tax advantage. Okay. 3 is we need to discuss this. This is a question mark, and we're not sure if this is a want, a need, a must-have, or not. Okay. Number 4, we do not need this. We do not need this. This is what would this be called? A desire.
It's a want.
It's a
want, not a need.
I want a boba. Okay, I want a martini. Is a want, not a need. If it's a need, you're an alcoholic. Okay, and number 5. This is stupid. Stupid, and you know it's stupid. All right? Okay, I want you guys to write these 5 things down. Now, again, these things on the side, see, it's good for them though, okay? Now, this right here is going to sit in your home. Okay, and you're like, okay, big deal. No, dude, this is freaking awesome, okay? This comes laminated so that you can write on it and erase it. Maybe we'll give them a little 10X Sharpie, a 10X Wealth Plan Sharpie. This on the backside is going to remind you of where you're trying to go and why you're trying to do this, because if you guys don't do this, if you do stupid stuff, you ain't going to get this. By the way, if you do stupid stuff, you get to stay down here. That's where stupid people live. Okay, now I'm telling you guys, okay, anybody that lives in America and is in poverty, I'm going to say this with as much sensitivity as I possibly can. Anyone that lives in poverty, first of all, if you were born into poverty, that's not your fault. If you stay in poverty, that's your fault. Even if you're handicapped, today with the internet, chat, AI, possibilities, opportunities. You can be anybody you want to be on the internet. I know there's some OnlyFans out there that aren't men or aren't women that are acting like Teresa, but they're not Teresas, okay? I know there's people making money on the internet that say they're experts that aren't. I'm not saying you should do it like that. I'm saying today, no matter what you do today and going forward in the future, there's no excuses for you to stay in the bottom rungs. Your job is to climb up into the upper rungs of the wealth society, regardless of your color, your race, your religion, your problems, your excuses, you're crippled. Everybody's got problems, folks. Male, female, young, old. Bro, your job is to move up categories, okay? Now, the way to do that is you got to start diverting what you spend money on. So I'm going to give you guys some situations here. Tell me what they are, all right? I'm going to take my little thing here. I'm going to draw it out. And let's say we got a category here, and we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you guys tell me what it is, okay? I'm going to give you, I want a Rolex. I want a Rolex. I just had a biggest month I've ever had. How much is a Rolex going to be? 15 grand? Jared?
Yeah, probably.
$15,000, and I'm telling my wife, God dang, I got to have a Rolex, okay? Okay, rate the Rolex. Where's the Rolex on this chart? You guys tell me where the Roly is, okay? Roly-poly, $15,000. Okay, is it a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Okay, first of all, it's not tax deductible. There's no world in which I can write that Rolex. Now, if I gave Jared a Rolex, I can write that off. You understand? If it's a gift to Jared. Now, if it's a gift to Jared, I can write it off, but it's income to him. Did you pay income on that once?
Oh, of course.
You liar. But I can write it off. And by the way, me giving Jared $15,000 in cash is less memorable than me giving Jared that watch. Because I said, Jared, if I give you a watch, and he's like, look, now look who's got the watch on and look who doesn't have a watch on.
Look who paid for a watch and look who didn't.
Okay, all right. Okay, so check it out. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so let's see what else we got, Jared. What else could I do? Oh, I want to go on a vacation. The wife comes to you and says, I want to go on a vacation. Okay, and the vacation, how much is the vacation going to cost? What did y'all spend to go to Greece? Or where'd you go last time?
I mean, a lot.
How much?
40 grand, probably.
$40,000. Okay, what is this? What number is this? What number would it be, Jared?
It would be a 4.
It would be a 4. Why is it a 4 and not a 5?
Because we want to do it.
You want to do it?
We want to do it.
Was it stupid?
No.
Right.
It was stupid that we did it the way we did it. We could have done it for 15 grand.
Yeah, but let me ask you this now. If you would have been 30 years old, was it stupid? Not now.
100%.
Yeah, so it depends on where you're at, right? It depends on where you're at in the pyramid. Look, if Jared's way up here in the pyramid, he's like, bro, I'm spending 40 grand, okay? Jared bought a house, okay? I recommend people don't buy houses. He bought one. Why? He's at the top of the pyramid. You get up in the top of the pyramid, you get to do stupid shit.
Paid for with passive income.
Yeah, now how could I do something passive? I'm sitting down with the wife. She says, I want to go on a vacation. It's $40,000 for us to go first class. I'm like, baby, how much passive income did you get that month?
25 grand.
I can pay for that this month. The ideal thing is that you be able to pay for that twice with passive income, not out of earned income. Ideally, Jared's income would be $80,000 a month for him to spend 40 grand in 1 month, okay? But the truth is, he covers himself in 4 months anyway. So what he's doing, while it might be stupid, okay? Now, the real stupid thing Jared did was he didn't figure out how to write that off. That's what he'll have to do. That's more complicated for him because he's a W-2, okay? He can't be a 1099. Okay, we looked at it.
But I got my LLC.
But his wife now could be a real estate professional with an LLC. They could conduct some other business over there and write part of that trip off. Okay, now this is going to keep you guys out of having dumbass arguments. Let's say you want to spend $2,000 to get a family office, an LLC, and reduce your taxes by $2,000 a year. Okay, you want to. This is education, and it's going to cost you $2,000. And you go to your wife and you're like, I want to spend $2,000. Oh, by the way, there's a tax write-off. We're gonna learn how to invest our money and to grow our net worth. Is this a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, or a 5? Yeah, somebody said it's a 2. It's not a 1. You don't have to have this. This is not I must have. It's yes, we need it. 3, you want to discuss it? You can. Oh, by the way, is it tax deductible? Automatically, if it's tax deductible, listen to this and write this down, and we need to put this on here. If it's tax deductible, it automatically earns 1 category. You push it up 1 category. So if it was a 5 and you could write it off, it becomes a 4. If it was a 4 and you can write it off, it's a 3. If it's a 3 and you can write it off, it immediately becomes a 2. Okay? Grant, you need to create an irresistible offer to teach how to protect your purchase assets with LLCs and trust. Yeah, that's where we're getting to, my friend. Thank you for saying that, okay? Now, here's some financial non-negotiables, okay? 1, I know I've kept you guys here longer than I said I would. How long have we been here? 2 hours and 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave this opportunity up, grantcardone.com/builder, grantcardone.com/builder, grantcardone.com/builder. We're gonna take it down in the next 29 minutes. We're going to start your own business with an LLC creation, one-on-one strategy call with a specialist, a tax deduction guide, 67 ways for you to reduce your tax bill by over $2,000 a year, money and wealth masterclass, a household expense guide, and the 10X wealth pyramid. We're going to give all that to you for one-time payment of $19.97 or 4 payments of $600 each at $2,400. Or one-time payment of $19.97. Also, money-back guarantee for anybody that doesn't write off at least $2,000 in the first year. Now, real quick, I want to give you these. These are called financial non-negotiables. Financial non-negotiables. Number one, never lose money. Have I ever put you in a deal that you lost money on?
No.
Period.
Not one. 14 deals.
14 deals he's been in, he's never lost his money. How do you do that? How's that possible? Well, you would take money and you would move it into something that cannot be lost, into some investment that you're certain will be there longer than the piece of paper that you traded. Number 2, invest in assets that create cash flows and dividends. 3, asset must appreciate. The asset you're in must go up in value. This thing right here has lost 25% of its value, okay? 25% of its value has disappeared in the last 4 years because we print money, okay? Number 4, the income, the investment should be passive, not active. It's something that happens to you because of something you decided to do, not because of something you do.
Your money's working to make money. You're not
Money's
working
making
to make,
money.
Yeah.
Money's having babies, okay? 5, the expenditure would have a tax benefit. So like my wife and I want to go to dinner. I'm like, baby, if she's like, let's go to dinner, we need some time. Good. Baby, let's say I'm on the way up, by the way. I'm on the way up. This is different once you made it. I'm trying to climb up this pyramid right here. Okay, I'm trying to get my income to go up. And the reason I want my income to go up is because I want my assets to go up. I want my income. The only reason I want more income is so I can buy more assets. So that I one day don't need income. And my wife's like, hey, let's go to dinner. And I know it's going to cost $300 to go to dinner. I'm like, baby, why don't we bring Brandon and Natalie and I can write it off? It's going to cost us $500, but I can write off $500. I can write off half of it for sure. Okay? And have the benefit of us having dinner together. During COVID, Trump, you got to watch how the tax codes change. Okay? Tips. First $25,000 of tips. Okay, I guarantee this year I'm gonna get $25,000 in tips, and I will use that at the end of my tax code. Now this year I'll probably watch how much I pay attention, okay? My income will probably be $40 million this year, and I guarantee you that at the end of the year, I am going to say that I earned $25,000 in tips. I'm going to say, I got a tip from somebody for $25,000.
Twitter.
That's the max.
X.
Okay, so maybe I'll put a subscription thing at X and call it, hey, this is just for tips. Earn $2,000 a month on that. I'm going to write off $25,000. I'm going to show the federal government that $25,000 of my $40 million income should not be taxed, and I pay a zero bill on that. Now, so to some of you, like, dude, what do you even care, bro? It's $10,000. $10,000 on 40 million is no money. It's $10,000 is what it is. And $10,000 buys an asset. Or $10,000 could be a gift for my wife, not a gift for Zelensky in Ukraine.
I can't even tell you guys, I've been with Grant for 15 years. I cannot even tell you how disciplined and how respectful Grant is of money that he would go and do this. Like, I'm just telling you, like, he will find a way to save $500. You're like, you made 40 million, dude. What's $500? Every dollar matters, and it's because of the discipline that he has that keeps his eyes looking at all of these things. So the things that you guys get lazy on, and I get lazy on it too. Like, I do not have the discipline that he does. I get lazy on some of these things. But the reason he's so successful and has created so much wealth is because he's maintained that discipline from when he was 27 years old and broke. When he started building, he's maintained that tight discipline the whole way up through his growth. And so it's something you've got to get built in. But again, I said it before, you got to have the information, you got to have the education, and you got to know what questions to ask.
You got to have a commitment, though. You got to have a commitment. You got to have the target. What's the target? Where are you trying to get to? How much are you willing to sacrifice? Jared was committed and was willing to sacrifice. That's what we said in the first 10 minutes. If you're not committed and you're not going to sacrifice, you're not going to get there. Hey, this thing's built like that for a reason, bro. You're going uphill. Okay, you're going uphill. This is a fight. And by the way, when you get up there at the top of the pinnacle, there ain't a lot of people up there. There are a lot of people down here. The base of the pyramid is wide. Tremendous amounts of population. Plenty of people complaining about how fucking bad life is down here. Excuse the language. It's terrible. And they're all complaining about how bad it is. And this is not a new problem. This is an old problem. This is 2,000 years old. Go back to Egypt. It was a lot of people suffering at the bottom. And there's a king at the top, okay? Now, you today in a society today, man, you want to move up. Okay, move through the excuses, move through the pain, move through the struggling, move through the lies, move through the culture to get to, okay, man, I'm gonna leave my old ways. Okay, now real estate is one of my financial non-negotiables. Why? Because it's real. It's very real. 401ks that are self-directed. I would have a self-directed 401k rather than something that I'm required by my company to only invest in these handful of things, okay? All right, again, 10X Wealth Builder. This is what we want to do for you guys. You guys that want the opportunity to build massive wealth, we call this the 10X Builder, 10X Wealth Builder. We're going to provide you with an LLC creation done for you. Every household in America should have at least one LLC and probably multiple LLCs. We're going to give you the first one done for you. Go ahead, Jerry.
It includes your EIN, your operating agreement. It includes your articles of corporation. All this is prepared by a legal team, so it's straight up. It's dialed in. It's on point. It's the way it's supposed to be done. You can make mistakes when you get these things set up if you don't have the right documentation and process. So we're going to take care of the whole process for you.
It's going to give you liability protection against lawsuits. It's going to reduce your tax bill. It's going to be pass-through taxation that I've been talking about this morning. Flexible taxation so I can move myself from a 40 or 52% tax bracket down to a 40, down to a 28, down to a 10, okay? How do you reduce the tax bill? $40 million for earned income. How do you reduce it to zero? Dude, there's ways to do it. I won't be the first person that's done it. This is why Donald Trump did not want to show his tax bill, his
Tax returns, yeah.
Because nobody would understand. Nobody would understand why he didn't pay no taxes. No, you guys don't understand. Nobody's going to understand why he got a $200 million deduction. He wasn't worried about him seeing zero. He was worried about him seeing this. How did you get $200 million back? Okay, so
the thing is you once you get this, like, you just have to make a decision. Do I want to pay taxes to the government? Or with that same money, do I want to be investing in something.
And putting myself in a situation where I own something that could protect my family long term. Even if you don't have a family, folks, I had this LLC set up. My first LLC was set up when I was 28 years old, 27 years old, before I even bought a property. Second LLC. I don't know if Sherry's in there right now. How many LLCs do I have today, Sherry? I have to have 50. I know I got 45 for sure, probably 45.
Yeah, at least.
Multiple partnerships.
Almost 100.
Sole proprietor.
Almost 100
She's
LLCs.
like, oh,
yeah.
I have almost 100. Okay, all of them come through me. Everything comes to me, and then all of a sudden it starts going through trust, LLC setups, multiple corporations, so that this money is all divided up into little buckets that are self-contained, self-protected, and reduce my tax liability. Okay, it could be a sole proprietorship, it could be a partnership, it could be an S corp, it could be a C corp. We'll help you on when to move from an S corp to a C corp. Okay, so we're going to provide you with a start your business LLC creation. We're also going to give you a strategy call that covers immediate, possible, no-brainer tax deductions for you and your family, how to protect your assets, your home, your cars, your children, any trust that you have, maybe money you want to save for your kids, how to access your business credit. I just went and got a credit line against accounts receivable sitting in my business, not the money in my business, but against accounts receivables of future income. I got a business credit for that. We'll show you how to set that up. We're also going to give you a tax deduction guide. I mentioned this earlier. There's 250 deductions. We're going to show you 67 different ways to save money on your taxes. We're going to show you ways to avoid common write-off mistakes, the difference between the W-2 and the LLC, and a tax strategy for your retirement. Money and wealth, okay? This is 25 hours of training by me in video or audio?
Video.
Full video. This is for you, your family, and your business, and your employees. Everybody should be watching this. When I start telling people about how to save money on taxes, people get super excited. When I start talking about how to build wealth, people get excited. When I start talking about how to create financial freedom to where when you're ready to retire, you don't have 200 grand sitting around. You got 50 million, 80 million, 100, and how anyone can do that. How I can take a doctor that's earning 400 grand a year and say, bro, here's the path to $78 million. Okay? I can take Jared and say, Jared, you're earning this much money a year. He started at $2,500 a month. I said, Jared, you stay with me, bro. You can be worth $250 million, okay? Jared will hit $250 million in his lifetime. He just needs to stay on track. When you start talking to people that, they get excited and they work harder. So we're going to show you personal finance, tax strategies, real estate strategy, stock market, crypto. You're going to hear interviews that I've done with millionaires, decamillionaires, and billionaires on life insurance, credit, wealth protection. 25 hours. We're going to give you this, okay? The whole thing is $2,400, 4 payments of $600, or 1 payment of $1,997. By the way, both of these are tax deductible. Most importantly, it includes how to start your business, one-on-one strategy call, tax deduction guide, money and wealth. We're going to keep this up, 27 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm going to take it down in 12 minutes, okay? The household expense guide, and we're going to give you, we'll sell out of these so fast, okay? Laminated, never argue again about, is it a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Is this a must-have? Or is this stupid? And we all know it. And by the way, if it's stupid and you can write it off and you can pay for it out of passive income, do it. How stupid can you go?
As stupid as your cash
As
flow.
stupid as your cash flow. There's a time when you get to be stupid, okay? So we want you to get the 10X Wealth Plan. Why? Okay, because 84% of all millionaires have a wealth plan, and 100% of all billionaires have a wealth plan, and have a family office, and have LLCs, and have professional tax advice. All of them, okay? 2, 65% of Americans do not currently work with a financial planner. 65% of Americans are going solo. What's it called?
Solo? Or DIY, yeah.
DIY, solo. Do it yourself. Okay, you building a kitchen. Come on, man. You're not a plumber. Maybe you are a plumber. Stick with plumbing. Okay? You don't know anything about finance. You didn't come for money. I didn't come for money. Who am I going to go to about money? My mom? My mom didn't know anything about money. Who am I going to? My uncle? Yeah, my uncle. Oh, Grant, man, you should save your money. You should save your money, man. Save your money. My uncle, Vincent, buried money in the backyard to avoid paying taxes. He did everything on the hustle, the sly, okay? He got money over here, acted like it didn't come in, didn't report it, and buried it in the backyard. When he died, guess what? Everybody went straight to the backyard, okay? 78% of Americans in the wealthiest country on planet Earth are living paycheck to paycheck. How is that even possible? We just printed $7 trillion that got sent to banks. First it went to banks, it didn't go to you first, and that $7 trillion became $70 trillion, and you're short money. You shouldn't be, okay? 40% of Americans earning 100 grand a year or living paycheck to paycheck. There's something these people don't know about money, folks. This is not just a poor problem. This is not just a middle class problem. This is an everybody problem. 13% of Americans say they're confident. 87% is what that should say, are not confident. Can y'all change this when I say it?
Yeah.
Just want to be sure we don't see it again. 87% of Americans are not confident in money management skills, and 50%, less than 50% of Americans are on track for retirement. Okay, not to mention that 40% do-it-yourself investors earn 40% less than people that use a professional planner. Check this out. What's the difference between do-it-yourself and a pro? Okay, and I would consider myself a professional, by the way. My net worth would suggest I'm a professional. I went from 0 to $1.7 billion of net worth with no money, no connections, no contacts, no big degree. I didn't code anything. I didn't come up with some invention, okay? The difference between the do-it-yourself is 6%, and right here at about 15%. The difference here is this guy will be worth 500 grand, and this guy will be worth 8 million. That is the difference between, on how much money did we say this was starting with? What did we say, Jared? Remember? We did
Yeah.
Was it 200 grand or something? It was not much money. Find it, okay? All right, so what we're gonna do for you in our wealth plan, for those of you who wanna take this opportunity, this is what you're gonna start learning. For some of you that wanna take advantage of the LLC, the taxes, okay, great, we got you covered. You remember what number we used?
We took
I got
it
my
out.
attention
We
on it.
took it out.
Oh, we took it out, but
Yeah.
now I'm really interested. Okay, you guys got to get your head wrapped around. Okay, where's my money coming from? What's my goal? What's my target? Where's my money coming from? How much of my money is coming from passive income, rental income, investments, side business, side hustles, and main income? So we're going to give you things like to break up this pie chart into pieces. Okay, where's my money coming from? Is it coming from one place? If it's coming from one place, you're going to get tired.
100,000.
Yeah, you start with the 100 grand. Back to this.
It's 574,000 or 6.6 million.
Yeah, and I just kicked up the returns. Oh, sorry. The difference on, if you start with 100 grand on the do-it-yourself, this is 500 grand over 20 years or 30 years?
30 years.
30 years. Okay. And the same 100 grand, by the way, from a pro, this is going to be at least $8 million. Could be way more than that, by the way. Let me just see this. This is what I would go for, but I'm a maniac. How much would a 100,000 be over 30 years if I earned compound 30% a year? Yeah. See the difference? What do you think the number is?
22 million?
No. $265 million. 30 years, your $100,000 investment will grow to approximately $265,000, earning you about $265 million. $265 million. Can you do that again and check? See, I'm like, God damn, bro. Show me where that 100 grand is, bro. Show me two things. All I got to know is two things. I need to know where's that 100 grand and where's that 30%. How do I earn 30%? Now, what's this? This is the box you're looking for, not this box. You're not looking to save 2 grand. You're looking like, okay, show me the box. Show me the box. It's a puzzle, man. This is a same number?
260.
$260 million. Okay, now everybody's like, okay, where do I get the 100 grand? That's an easy no-brainer thing. Like no matter who you are, I just reduced, first of all, I made your game big, 265 million. Where do I find 100 grand and how do I earn 30% on it? You're gonna be reduced to maybe 2 or 3 or 4 different investments you can make on planet Earth. Because remember, one of your non-negotiables, don't lose money. You can't lose the money. Once you get it, you can't lose it. So now you're looking for, where's the 30%? You're probably going to have to get close to somebody. He's close to somebody that can earn him 30% a year. Okay, you need to know everything. I need financial intelligence. What do you need financial intelligence about, okay? You need financial awareness and intelligence. About what? Everything first. Where's your income?
All of it.
Okay, all of it. And where does it come from? And where could it come from? And how could you add pieces? Most of you are not even aware of how much income you have. You're like, I don't make enough money. Yeah, but you don't even know you have 2 or 3 other sources, okay? 2, every expense that you have. This is painful. Most people do number 2 first, not number 1 first. You should do number 1 first, because number 1 is way more important than number 2. Nobody, make a note here, nobody has a spending problem. Everyone has an income problem, an investing problem, and then a spending problem. If you had more income and you had more investments, you could never have an expense problem. Now, third thing you need is your monthly cash flow. Okay, you want monthly cash flow, free cash flow, and earned income. Okay, what's disruptible and what's not disruptible, meaning it's going to go on forever. Okay, and you'd want to see graphs like this so you could see it. You want to have a monthly budget analysis. And you're like, man, I don't have time to learn all this stuff. I don't even want to learn all this. Good, okay. For those of you who don't want to do all this, what you need is a retirement roadmap. You need an income expense chart, okay? Income expenses broken down, expenses broken down, monthly cash flow broken down, and you need a financial planner to help you. You need one-on-one certified financial planner to provide you with guidance, dedicated CFP, custom step-by-step plan, clear guidance, and to do all this for you. A lot of you don't know where your income is, but there's data on it. You don't know where your expenses are, but we have data on it. All we're going to do is upload this, deliver it to your personal certified financial planner who's going to go with you on a one-on-one coaching call and show you what you need to do to start, where you're trying to get to, what's your commitment to wealth. 2, what's your financial awareness and education? Where are you? Okay, do I have a drinking problem? Okay, do I have a commitment issue? Look, if you're a salesperson and you don't know how to make a sales call, you need to admit you don't know how to make a sales call and then learn how to make the sales call. With finances, you need to make a commitment, get aware, oh, I'm spending more than I earn. 4 of these items every month show up that I don't need. Okay, I need to get educated. 3, I need to create a new financial target. Where am I going? Oh, shit, I want to get to $265 million a year of net worth. That's my new goal. My new goal is not to make more money. My new goal is to create more assets that create a net worth, okay? 4, create LLCs. I showed you a way for us to do that for you, either through S corporations, partnerships, C corps, or individual LLCs to protect your entities. Minimize your tax bill. Everybody needs to be interested in that. And then employ and take action on the new plan. Now, for those of you who want more than just the LLC setup, okay? I don't know, should I even do this?
Just tell them. If they want to do it, they can.
Yeah, so for those of you who would like to, like, You're like, look, man, I want more than just the LLC and the tax advice. I want a wealth plan, a full wealth plan, okay? We actually offer that here, a 10X wealth plan. It's at grantcardone.com/plan. We basically take all your data, all your financial data. We would take all my financial data, all of Jared's financial data, separately, confidentially, and load it up.
Bank grade security, yeah.
Huh?
Banking security.
Okay, banking security, load it up using AI into a portal-based AI portal facility, okay, that's confidential. We're going to take all that data and download it to you, but more importantly, we're going to analyze your financial data against your financial targets, provide you with expenses, cash flow, spending plan, savings plan, equity compensation plans, insurance, build out graphs, show it to you and your family and say, bro, this is the goal. This is the target.
It's a full-on interactive dashboard that tells your entire financial story. So your tax returns, your pay stubs, your credit card bills, your mortgage statements, your banking statements, everything plugs into a central platform. And then you combine that with a certified financial planner.
Third party, independent from you. You haven't met this person, and they're going to take a look at this without knowing your BS stories.
It's the highest designation you could get. So all of the certified financial planners we have on this all have 10 years plus client-facing experience from Fidelity, BlackRock, Merrill, all like extremely talented people who will come in and they'll personally review one-on-one with you. This isn't cookie cutter. One-on-one with you, they'll go in and they'll help you find ways that you can save more in taxes, ways that you can get better returns. Grant mentioned earlier, working with a certified financial planner can earn you 40% higher returns. And
The
typically,
difference between $500,000 and $5 million over your career.
typically, when you're working with a certified financial planner, what they want is what Grant said about JP Morgan. They want your account.
They want my account is what
they want you to put all your money with them. Typically, you won't even get access to these people unless you have $1 million in an account. They take a 1.5% fee on that account every single year. And so what we've done is we've democratized access to this information so that at 50 grand in savings, you could get the same information from the same quality planners that folks do that have $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, and they'll customize a plan for you.
Yeah, typically this could cost you 120 grand a year, one and a half to well, on $10 million, yeah, 120,000 bucks a year.
Yeah.
Okay. So because of my audience reach, because the reach that we have in our audience, we can do this for you guys for what's the total number, Jared? $4,800 bucks.
$4,800, yeah.
$4,800 complete plan. Okay, where it would typically cost you 1.5% to 2% of the assets that you have under management, because the big banks, they're like, dude, I just want to make the big money. I just want access to the 10 million, the 20 million, the 50 million, 100 million. In fact, we'd just rather it be the billionaires. There's going to be an explosion of billionaires on this planet, folks. People are starting to pay attention to their money. I want to thank you guys for paying attention today. You're paying attention. You came here because you're interested in fixing your money. This does not start with a sales game. It doesn't start with a job, okay? Wealth starts with a commitment to wealth. So we're going to provide you with retirement planning, quarterly coaching with a certified financial partner, review your financial health, establish financial goals, set retirement targets if you want to retire, and a plan for life events, divorces,
marriages, graduation,
kids,
college,
graduation,
bar mitzvahs,
grandparents, bar mitzvahs, bar mitzvahs.
Bar mitzvahs.
Okay, features, okay, annual plan updates, annual investment review, and one-on-one calls with your advisor. You get 3 of those a year.
The super cool thing about this is it loads all your data in real time and analyzes everything that you have going on. And then there's an automated tool that sends you emails when you exceed certain areas of expense. When you exceed your targeted budget, it sends those emails to you, letting you know, hey, you're over budget or this money just processed through. So it's been super, super cool. I've been through it.
Let me show you what I put 4 of my staff through this before I did this. Okay, let me show you what happened with these guys. Let me see, Jared, where are you at? There you are. Okay, we put Sherry through it. Sherry has been working with me for 15 years now. She met with her personal CFP. She had total clarity of what it takes to have a work optional without giving up her lifestyle. She doesn't want to give up her lifestyle. She wants to have an optional work plan. That sounds cool. Including how to save 30, and immediately in the first meeting, they showed her a way to save $32,000 a year in taxes. That's almost $3,000 a month, okay? So she made her money back on this in the first month and a half, okay? Jared, sitting next to you right now, or next to me, teamed up with his CFP, and what'd that save you, Jared?
It was over 30 grand, but I'm just doing the math here.
Yeah.
Can you?
And put him on track for where he wants to be, which is probably more important. Steve Spray, in 10 minutes on his wealth plan, he saw now he's earned income. W-2, how to earn $24,000 a year. And that one change, by the way, the 24 grand over his lifetime,
By
24
retirement,
grand
yeah.
a year, could grow to $2 million. That's the more important part.
The 31,000 I'm saving every year at 10% for the next 26 years until retirement is $3.4 million.
Yeah, and then do it 30%, because that's what I'm going to get you. My CFP, this Dave Robards, showed me how one shift in charitable giving, I don't know why we use these acronyms. You guys got to know I hate them.
Okay.
Cut his taxes $182,000 a year. That's money back in his pocket. Now, if he does that every year, 182 times 10. I mean, that's $1.8 million right there with if it never earned a penny.
Taxes, yeah.
Okay? All right. So, what am I telling you? You guys need a plan, man. Okay? You need a plan. You need something. Okay? Here's what you can do today. One, nothing. Just take the information I gave you today, put it to work, go about your business, do nothing. Second thing you can do, take advantage of the opportunity to do, what is it, Jared?
The LLC setup. Yep.
Okay, we get you an LLC. That'll save you $19.97. If you don't save $19.97 in the first year, we'll give you your money back. Plus, we're going to show you how to write it off. We're going to show you enough tax write-offs to reduce that, and we're going to get you a corporation and a plan and 25 hours of information on how to create wealth from billionaires that said, bro, this is what I would be doing right now if I were investing. You're going to hear from some of the smartest people in the world about what they're doing to create a plan for themselves and their family. And all these people, by the way, did it from nothing, okay? Third thing you could do is spend a little more money. It's $4,800, okay, and get a full wealth plan with one-on-one coaching from a CFP 3 times a year to set your targets. And then you're going to probably renew that every year into the future as you continue to build your wealth and your scene changes and your taxes change, your liabilities change, and more importantly, the triangle is what we should finish with, guys, okay? It's fine. I just need you to make a note of it so we finish it up.
Okay.
Because that's the point here, right? Can you guys get me to the first screen? Fast track me back to the triangle. Because what are you trying to do here? Okay, you guys that are just coming into the room, by the way, I want to thank everybody for being here today. You guys are awesome. Just want to go back to the triangle, guys, and just click on that page. Don't do it one page at a time. There you go. Look at that. Remember Sarah?
Yes, sir. We're working on it.
Yeah, man, that's awesome, bro. You're doing a great job. Remember Sarah? Was this Sarah?
No, this is the triangle.
Yeah. Okay, what's the goal? This is the goal. The goal is to get your ass out of this poverty and lower middle class that you've been smushed and suppressed into. By the way, you guys in the middle, I'm just going to make some notes on this graph here. You guys in the middle, these people right here are the most at-risk people in America. You guys in the fat part of this thing, you're more at risk than these people down here. These people down here, man, they already know they're suffering. You guys don't even know you're suffering. You got middle class income and you have no assets. You have nothing to save you in your later years. Here's the biggest threat to the people in the middle. If healthcare extends your life, you are effed. You guys that think you're going to live till you're 78, what's the average? 82 for a man, 82 for a woman, and 78 for a man?
75.8 years
what if that
for
shit
a male,
change?
and
What if
it's
that-
81 years for women.
What if that changes and your 75 becomes 95? What if 75 million baby boomers, suddenly we have some breakthrough on heart, just heart and cancer. All you need is 2 breakthroughs, something on heart, something on cancer, and 75 becomes 95 overnight.
Dude, I just heard
75 million people.
I just heard them talking about a new genetic cell treatment that's probably 7 years out, that basically they inject these proteins into your cells and it starts turning your cells back into stem cells.
Yeah. One breakthrough, guess what? You're like, oh my God, that's gonna be amazing. No, it ain't, because you're gonna be broke. You're going to be out of money for 15 years. We'll have the biggest problem we've ever had in America. You're going to have 75 or 100 million people retiring that we thought they were going to die at 85. The insurance companies are going to be rich. The insurance companies won't have to settle with you until you're 97. Okay? They're going to be like, oh my God. The insurance companies are going to get rich. By the way, the insurance companies all live right here at the tip. What are they getting? What are they living from? Okay, they invest for long periods of time. There's going to be so much wealth created, folks, in the next 25 years. You have probably $75 trillion being turned over by baby boomers if the life expectancy doesn't change. If it does change, well, first of all, if it doesn't change, there's a whole bunch of women about to get rich in America. Most of this money is going to get dumped off into the wife, the girlfriend, into the kids. Women are going to inherit $75 trillion just in America. There's $900 trillion of assets on planet Earth. Most of it's located right here in the USA. I think the top 5 companies on the planet are now bigger than Japan's income, all their income, all of Europe. 5 companies produce more income. I mean, America is the place you want to be right now.
Can I clarify something real quick? Because there's a lot of questions in the chat here.
Please.
So there's 2 things you guys can do today.
No, let's find a place to do that, but not right here. Find a place to do it, okay? Because we want to get these at-risk people out of the way. You guys are at risk, okay? If you're at risk, you guys, and then Jared's going to pick this up. If you guys are at risk, put in the notes, hey man, I'm at risk and I know it. You're at risk. You got to know you're at risk. If you don't know you're at risk, you're not going to make a change, okay? All you're going to look at is, I'm not going to do anything. If you don't do anything, nothing changes, okay? You're going to go back to this again. Nothing. You're going to do nothing. You got a bunch of information today. Information's free. It's all over the internet. You're going to sit on ChatGPT and ask a bunch of questions, and you're going to learn nothing. Nothing's going to change. Jared said it earlier. Commitment comes with change. Commitment comes with sacrifice. You got to change something, and you got to sacrifice something, okay? Second thing you can do is you can invest $2,000 today and get started on your way to reducing your tax bill. We want to cut your bill down. You're going to get this $2,000 back from tax write-offs. We're going to get you, and Jared's going to go over this exactly. We're going to get you the
entity creation.
The entity creation.
Your EIN, your operating agreement, your articles of incorporation, everything will be processed and expedited for you because it's September now, and you've got 3 more months of the year to figure out how you can jam the tax bill.
And what does that do for you? The first thing that does for you is it reduces your tax bill. It does not increase your income. It reduces the amount of money you have left over at the end of the year so that you could start making investments into next year that can get you assets. We're going to do this. We're going to take our income. We're not going to move our income. Your income's down here. We're going to start moving your assets up. Okay, we're not going to move this up. I mean, I'd love to move this up. I'd love for you guys to come to our sales workshops, marketing workshops, scaling workshops, business workshops. We do all these workshops, 50 workshops a year in our classroom where we're teaching people how to increase income. But I'm not talking about increasing your income today. I'm literally talking about how to divert the money that you have now. Same money that you have now. Take Sarah. You guys have Sarah in there? How to take Sarah. There she is. Same money. She's got middle class income, but she has poverty assets. And all we're going to do is give her a plan. In her case, she needs an entity set up. She's got to reduce her tax bill. Reducing her tax bill right now will give her money to invest. And by doing that, okay, Her quality of life is not going to improve. Her quality of assets will, and watch what happens. We immediately keep her income where she is, but we move her up the pyramid to net worth, okay? The doctor, he's got upper middle class problems, income, and he's got no net worth, basically. I mean, a little bit. He thinks he's good until I show him this, and he's like, shit, dude. I earned all this money last year, and I'm still stuck in the middle class. How many of you can relate with the doctor? Earning good money and stuck in the lower middle class of society. Exactly, okay? What we're gonna do is flip his model, and he'll be worth $78 million. $78 million in the next 10 years, and he could be worth $150 million if he got really aggressive. Okay, Jared, you were saying something.
No, so I was just going to clarify. So the number one is you can get the LLC set up. You get all the legal structure. We process it for you. We expedite you through this process with our partner. They do the operating agreement, the articles of incorporation, the EIN setup, and they get everything set up for you. They do a call on the strategy call, which you'll get as a part of this. The first part of that is intake to get all the data and what type of business you want to set up. The second piece of that is figuring out how you can leverage that LLC now to start getting some low-hanging fruit tax
Switch
deductions.
to Jared, guys.
Then also what you can do to protect your assets. And now that you have a business, what you can do to apply for credit lines for that business so that as you start this side hustle business, you can use the LLC as a tax a business credit entity. Separate from that, we have the wealth plan. These are two separate things. Some people already have LLCs. Maybe you need another one. But if you're
I have 100. I don't know how you do life.
He's got 100. It just gives you more places that you can write stuff off. The second offer is the wealth plan. This is the opportunity for you to actually work with a certified financial planner. They're going to go deep dive, detailed, customized, one-on-one into your finances so that you guys can understand. Like when I just saw how much money we were spending on Amazon, I'm like, oh, I could easily pick up 15% there. 15-20% of the stuff that I buy there is worthless. Now, again, when you start doing the math, because you have the right data, if I can save an extra $10,000 a year by spending less money on Amazon, my wife really, then if I take that $10,000, I multiply that out. I'm 42 years old now. If I retire when I'm 67, that's 25 years. If you start doing the math, it's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. So these little changes you can make now, I know for some of you, it seems so far out, or what you're doing every month seems so insignificant. You're like, what does $1,000 a month give me? Dude, $1,000 a month can get you, if you were like, I think her name was Linda, you can save $1,000 a month. You could end up with $600,000 in 10 years. So you've got to have somebody that can get eyes on this for you, that knows what they're doing. They can help you with tax strategy. You'll get a complete portal that'll integrate all your budgets, your income, your expenses, your cash flow, your retirement plans if you're saving up for a house. But you're getting all of this coaching, not from somebody that works on our team, a customer service person or one of our salespeople. Like, you're getting a certified financial planner to work with you. And so I highly recommend this. It found me about 30 grand a year in savings because I was overpaying in taxes in 3 areas. And so that's the second thing you do. The third thing you could do is you can do both of them. And if you want to do both of them, or you have questions on any of them, just call the office, 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255. Just call the office. If you bought one, you want the other one. If you want them both, call the office, 310-777-0255, and our team will help you out.
What's $1,000 a month? For 30 years at 30%, it's $100 million. It's $103 million. You're like, God dang, that's a lot of money, bro. Can you find the 1,000? Can you find a vehicle that returns you 30% a month? And are you disciplined enough to sacrifice long enough for it to turn into the 103 million? Because the wealthiest people on this planet, folks, never get credit for the discipline. Requires a commitment, requires sacrifice, requires discipline. By the way, if you want to stay poor, requires sacrifice, very little discipline, and no plan. Okay? Keep doing what you're been doing, you keep getting what you've been getting. That's what my uncle told me years ago. Bro, you know how to work, you know how to make money, you don't know what to do with money. I'm like, yeah, that's true. I don't know what to do with it, bro. You know what I did? I'd get it, and I'd drop it off at the bank and earn 3%. And I'm like, I'm saving money. You're not saving money. The money's being destroyed faster than you can save the money. You guys are not even keeping up with inflation. I don't even want to explain to you what inflation is because we don't have enough time for you guys to understand what it is. Because even Warren Buffett says there might be 1 or 2 people on planet Earth that even understand what it is. We are about to go into the greatest, I believe this, the greatest economic expansion this country has ever seen in its 250 years. Okay, it's going to be massive. AI, technology, tremendous amounts of billionaires are going to be made. When this money pours out, you don't have to be a tech guy to grab the money. You need to understand the money is going to be printed. And as it gets printed, opportunities happen. New companies are created. New industries are created. And you just got to be the guy that says, I have a plan. This all starts with a target, a commitment to a target, a destination that's clear. Okay? If you're able to crystallize your target, I was able to crystallize my target early on and a commitment to the target without having a certified financial planner. I was able to do it without support. Okay? But had I had the support and the connections and thought this was possible and had somebody setting the right targets, hey Grant, your target's $1 billion, it's not 10 million. My targets have always been too small. Biggest mistake I made in my life was going by myself, doing it by myself, thinking I was thinking big when I wasn't thinking big, believing I was right when I wasn't right, didn't know what I was doing when I thought I knew what I was doing. I was saving money, buying houses, and buying stuff that I couldn't write off, okay? Once I learned, I break the code, I started studying only wealthy people. I quit studying millionaires and started studying billionaires and corporations. I started looking what Mike Bloomberg did to reduce his tax bill to 2%. I started learning what Bill Gates was doing with his foundation. Why did he do a foundation? Why did he say he was giving all his money away when the truth is his money quadrupled when he supposedly gave it all away? Okay? Why did Warren Buffett never buy a second house and only owns 1 car? Why did Elon Musk invest only in his companies, and when he did, he put 100% of his money in and rented a house? Why are these guys doing that and I'm doing this dumb shit? Why did the Rockefellers have LLCs and trust? Why did Sam Walton pass on everything to the next generation and not pay taxes when he died? Okay? All right, this is what I want to do for everybody. Everybody that wants to take advantage of this. If you got a big target, maybe it's not $1 billion. By the way, it could be, should be. Somebody's going to get a brick. Maybe it's, just make it. Is it 100 million? Is it 10 million? Okay. It doesn't really matter what the number is. What you should do is look at this. Where do you want to be on this pyramid? You want to be at the top of the food chain, or do you want to be at the bottom of the food chain? For everybody that takes advantage of this opportunity, we're going to start an onboarding process right now. This is for the first offer or the plan or for both. And we're going to start doing Q&A.
And the most important thing is that you get your call booked. So once you take advantage of this, you're going to get an emailed a link for you to book a call so that you can get this set up. We can start getting these things set up on Monday. You just have to book your call in that call, whether you got the wealth plan or the entity creation offer. You need to make sure that you book your call. So we're going to handle that in the onboard.
If you got both, we got you handled, okay? Also, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to include my wealth book. We'll ship this out to you, okay? The actual physical book, signed and autographed by me. This is the book. I'm going to go put my pencil on here. Okay, you're going to have your name in here, Grant Cardone. Good luck on your 10X wealth creation. I'll sign that Monday and we'll have it sent to you. We're also going to send you the pyramid that's going to sit on your kitchen, in your office. It's laminated. And anytime you guys have a discussion about, I don't know about this thing, I'm going to spend $4,500 on hair extensions. Okay. Seems stupid to me. I mean, it looks like a number 5 to me, but you're like, yeah, Grant, I'm gonna get a movie part with this. Okay, well then maybe it's an investment. It's not. It's a movie part.
Maybe it's a business expense for modeling and acting.
Maybe you can convince me that it's a 4. It's still dumb. Okay, $4,500. When I could take $4,500, what's $4,500 invested for 30 years at 30%? Look, it won't even give me 30%. It automatically gave me 6. What a scam, dude. Man. because it doesn't believe I can get 30%, but it's not true. It's $11 million. Those hair extensions are going to cost you $11 million, okay? And he's not going to be impressed when you take them out tomorrow morning anyway, okay? I'm going to give you the wealth book. I'm also going to give you the wealth conference. Those are $5,000 seats. Now this is, we only have 40 of these seats left. What are you booked at right now, Jared? I might have more than that, but I'm thinking
we're gonna have to open up another section. We're over that.
Jared, you're so funny. Okay, it's crazy. It's so funny. Okay, I'm gonna give you. We're gonna open up a section.
We do. We're gonna have to take tables out or something.
Okay. We're gonna give you the pyramid. I'm gonna give you the book, the wealth conference. What else did I say, Jared? We're gonna do. Oh, this is what I want to do. Q&A tomorrow with me. Okay, I'll set up my office. What time you want to do that?
We'll do it at noon.
12 p.m. For everybody who takes advantage of this today, I'll start this at 12 p.m. tomorrow. Q&A just with the people that commit. So this will be down to a handful of people. I want to help you with your wealth. I hope you're committed to your wealth. Okay. I've spent 3 hours with you today. I'm sorry I can't spend more time with you. I wear you guys out, and I don't want to do that. I feel like I'm missing something, Jared. Money and wealth. This is 25 hours long. 25 hours. You own it for life. Okay. Can't buy that. You can't buy it from me. Okay. Start your business LLC creation. If you already have an LLC, good. We're going to give you another one. You don't want it? Throw it away. So whatever. Like, give it to your kid. Give it to your wife. Okay. Give it to your dad. Okay. You got one. You got enough. That's fine. Okay. Tax deduction guide. There's 250 tax deductions in the 80,000 code. And we're going to give you 67 of them. If you can't find one that pays for your $2,000, then we'll give you your money back. And then a one-on-one strategy call, and you keep the strategy call. Also, I'm going to give you the 10X wealth book, and we're going to give you the menu, and we're going to give you the non-negotiable, so you guys can sit there and say, hey, look, we're thinking about going on a vacation. It's going to cost $5,000 to take the vacation. That's why I can't even tell you guys, from 29 until 49 years old, I flew coach everywhere. Coach. You know why? Because the difference between flying coach and flying first class was like $250 to $1,000. It was a lot of money, man. To me, it was back then, okay? It was $750, and I was doing 300 flights a year. It's $21,000 a year. I'm like, bro, I ain't doing it. You know why? What's $21,000 over 30 years at 30%? Because first of all, I knew every $21,000 could buy me $80,000 of real estate that if I just hold on to it for 10 years would be worth $800,000. And I'm like, every time I make a $750 decision that's stupid so I can sit in the front, that's when they actually had blankets and pillows. This says, if I do that, by the way, it's not $800,000, it's $50 million. Okay, all I can tell you is whatever I did worked without me being a super genius, because I went from a net worth of 0 to life is good. And you guys deserve to have a life that's good, okay? You deserve to get out of this bullshit. Okay, the U.S. government is not going to tell you how to play this game up here. Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Warren Buffett are not going to tell you how to play this game. They're not going to tell you what they're doing to cheat the IRS out of their money, legally. Okay, they want you all to live down here. This is where Walmart, Costco, Coca-Cola, Facebook, they all live off of millions, billions of people. These are companies, the Home Depots of the world. They want you to do it yourself, man. Save your money, son. Do your own plumbing. Do your own siding. Do your own painting. Do your own labor. Be a labor man. These people up here, they ain't cutting their grass, folks. Okay? They're not cutting their grass. They're hiring people to cut their estates, to take care of their estates. They're making investments in real estate. They're making investments in the best properties in the world. Not some 3-bedroom, 1,400 square foot house. And they're like, I own my own home. Okay, rather than owning a home, they own a business. Rather than owning a home, they own an LLC. Rather than owning a house, they'll own a yacht. Now, how do you get there? You get there by making a commitment, by sacrificing, and getting a plan. We want to help you with the plan. I want to help you. That's why we rock 10X over here. If you're 10X and you're committed, put a 10X in the chat. I'm committed. I'm pulling for you. You guys can do more than I've done. Whatever I've done in my lifetime, okay, you guys can do all that and 10 times that. So any of you that are like, man, I want to be more like Grant Cardone, guess what? You shouldn't want to be like me. You should want to be 10 times me. So if you're committed, throw it in the chat. Update me with the chat, guys. I can't see it. If you're committed to your wealth, okay, we're pulling for you. Just put a 10X. We're going to start an onboarding process so you can find out where to get the money and wealth, where to get the LLC creation, get your questions answered. Who's going to run that, Jared?
Who's running that? Is that
Should
Kim?
be you, Jared. You
Kim?
should be running it, Jared. You should stay and run it.
Okay.
Okay. Christine and
yeah.
Jared. Jared's going to get you launched off. Thank you for being here today. Tomorrow at 12 p.m.
Back here in the studio.
No, I'm going to go. I'm going to do it from my house.
We have to a setup thing we have to do.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
We have to do it from here?
Yeah.
What does it matter?
We'll talk about it in a minute.
Okay, whatever. We're going to give you guys a link so we can do a Q&A tomorrow from here, and I'm going to answer your questions. Man, that thing could be super cool. So we're going to record that, by the way. Anybody that can't be here tomorrow, we're going to record that. You can actually get the Q&A from me. This is going to be where you get to ask me your questions directly. And I'm going to tell you what I would do if I were you. Advice from a billionaire. Let's call it that, okay?
Call it what it is.
And somebody's like, you ain't a billionaire, okay? Whatever, bro. Whatever, like, okay, whatever. Maybe it's 2. I don't know. Maybe it's 900. I'm the only one that knows. Me and my friends at the IR and the S.
I know.
Okay? Look, first thing you got to do is make a commitment. Second thing you got to do is decide to whip the bully's ass. The bully is the IRS. The bully is the middle class. The bully is poverty. The bully is the old think that you have. You got to crack the code, folks. You got to give up on the generational curse that was put on you and your family. You, your family, and community were burdened with a bunch of slavery thinking, saying, I can't get out, I can't get up, there's no way, it's too rigged. Okay, yeah, it is rigged. And now you know. And now I'm showing you a way to crack the code, a shortcut up the mountaintop, and that you can get there. Okay? It's true, you can get there. Nobody can tell me you can't get there. I don't care where you're at. Unless you're in Gaza today, you have no excuses to stay poor. You're in Baltimore, you're in Miami downtown, you're a young black man in Houston, Texas, okay? You're a kid in Compton, San Francisco, Baltimore, Chicago, and you're like, your dad's gone. You ain't got any more excuses. You're watching this, you're watching it for a reason. You need a W. Okay? You need a W. Uh-oh, I can't get my W going, man. God dang. You need a big W, baby. Okay? You need a win. You need a win for your mama, your daddy, your uncles, your aunts. You need a W-E-A-L-T-H. Comes from the word well, to be well. That's what it meant back in the 1700s. To be well meant to be wealthy. Okay, let's get you well, because right now America is sick. Food system's sick, our government is sick, and our money is sick.
What are the 3 things that you said you would never do again?
The 3 things I said I would never do again?
Yeah, you said, hey, I was on it live last night. There were 3 things with money that I would never do again.
Oh, yeah, at the end. 3 things I would never do with money again. Okay, yeah. Is that what I said?
Yeah.
3 things. I'm going to save it tomorrow for the Q&A. That's what I'm going to do. I've given you guys enough. I owe you nothing, okay? Okay, pulling for you. I want you to do great. Tomorrow, the 3 things that will answer your questions. Jared, take it away. Onboarding.
Well, I think are we going to another room?
No. Dude, how would I know?
Well, I'm asking somebody.
Well, why are you asking me? You looked at me when you asked that, okay? That's not much of a finish. Okay, guys, we're gonna.
Is it
and
in
again,
this room?
Again, let me just give everybody.
Passing it to Christine.
Let me just give everybody. No, don't bounce yet. Let me give everybody where to go first. GrantCardone.com/builder. Okay. I don't think they know about the website or what to do. Do you?
Yeah,
GrantCardone.com/builder.
No.
GrantCardone.com/builder. GrantCardone.com/builder. You go there, you hit the link, you crack your credit card, you write it off right away, and then you move into the next room where we onboard you, okay? Tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'll do Q&A and answer your questions directly about what I would do in your case to get on the wealth path. It will require commitment. It will require sacrifice. And I promise you, it will be worth it. In fact, it will be worth more than you ever imagined, okay? Wealth is possible for everyone. No, it's not. It's only possible for the committed and those that are willing to sacrifice, okay? I'll show you how to get there. Thank you so much for being here. Great job, Jared.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. All right. It is time for the onboarding. Christine, are you on here?
I am on here, Jared. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Okay, so
I'm great.
Yeah, so basically what we want to do is we want to make sure you guys have the next steps of what you need to do for everybody who took advantage of the offer. There's three things you could have done here. Number one, you could have purchased the entity creation, the LLC setup. Number two, you could have invested in the wealth plan. Or number three, you could have done both. And so there's a separate strategy call that you need to get on for the LLC and a separate call you need to get on if you enrolled for the wealth plan with your certified financial planner. So Christine's going to go over that and then also how to get access to the online programs that go along with this.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that, Jared. That was absolutely great. Guys, how many of you guys enjoyed today's Wealth Live training? Go ahead, drop a 10X in the chat. Good. We have the 10X flooding in. It seems great, guys. So we are going to go ahead and guide you through the training for today. It's great to see you all. My name is Christine, and we're going to go over both offers and exactly what's included within the 10X Wealth System live training session from today, okay? So it's going to be my intention to empower you to understand how the program works and how to use the resources given to you to solve your problems, increase your revenue. So at that, go ahead, grab a notebook, grab a pen, so we can go exactly what's included in your program. And before we start, I am going to go ahead and read a disclaimer. This call is for informational purposes only. We are not attorneys, investment advisors, accountants, tax professionals, or financial advisors, and any of the content presented should not be taken as professional advice. Any opinions expressed by any of the participants are not the opinions of Cardone Training Technologies or